fáilte, ber wallum sol na holscoile, fáilte a curv galéir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Martin Maloney, and together with my colleague Celine Crawford, we will be your Masters of Ceremony this morning. On behalf of the University, I welcome you to today's convocation of Dublin City University, which will begin in just a moment. You have been given booklets that give the order of today's ceremony. We hope you will take away the booklet with you as a souvenir of what is both an important and enjoyable occasion, obviously for the graduates, their guests, but also for the staff of the university. Today we celebrate the achievement of every single one of our graduating students. However, we realise that applauding as each graduate is presented to the President could be a little tiring. So could I ask that you confine your applause to the end of each group of graduates? And if it's a particularly large group, we may stop midway and prompt you to show your appreciation. In the unlikely case of an emergency evacuation of the building, could I ask you now just to check the nearest exit to you, bearing in mind it might not be the exit you came through and it might be behind you. In the event of such an evacuation, please follow the instructions of the stewards and assemble at the evacuation area at the front of the Helix. Now we know that everybody wants to get a photograph of the big moment, and that's great, but could I ask that you remain seated and not to block the aisles when you're doing so. Now, could I ask you to take out your mobile phone, not only make sure it's on silent, but turn down the volume. I know they act as cameras as well, so turn down the volume as well as the silence. And I'm doing so myself because a couple of years ago, my phone rang during the President's speech. And the only reason I'm still in the job is that he thought it was the person sitting beside me. But please do check your phone. They have an extraordinary habit of coming alive. So put it on silent, but turn down the volume as well. We really do hope that you enjoy today's celebration of our graduating students. Now, during the academic procession, the DCU anthem will be played, and it'll be accompanied by Irish Sign Language interpretation from DCU's Sen and Dun. So, could I ask those of you who are able to do so to please rise for the academic procession.
Son of Glasnevin, A Chancellor, a Uachtarán na Hallscoile, Scolari na Hallscoile, a Chéimethe is a Chorda go léir. Bhuailim fáilte anmhór chur roimh, chuig an ggócharm seo chun Céimeanna agus Dúiseanna, Ollscoil Carvalho Chlia Bhrona. Chancellor, President, academic colleagues, graduates, honoured guests. My name is Professor Lisa Looney. I'm the Vice President for Academic Affairs and Registrar, and I'd like to warmly welcome you all to today's convocation of Dublin City University to present degrees and awards. The Universities Act 1997 vests in DCU the statutory power to grant academic awards, which are recognised nationally and internationally. In seeking to maintain our high standards of academic quality, we require students to demonstrate to Academic Council that they have satisfactorily reached those standards before the university will confer an award on them. Ladies and gentlemen, those people who will be presented to the President today have attained high standards of academic performance and are worthy recipients of our degrees, certificates and diplomas. The ceremony this morning has two functions. The first is the formal presentation of graduates for degrees and awards. The Executive Dean of Faculty will present each graduate to the President, and the chairperson of their programme board will formally bear witness and congratulate the new graduate on behalf of the board. The second function is less solemn and concerns the celebration of a period in the life of the graduate here at DCU, where we hope you've had some fun and made really good friends at the same time as achieving this wonderful academic success. Inish, bhuailim na díle eile anseo a chur a bhuailóthar. I'd like to introduce to you my colleagues who will be involved in the ceremony and those who are on the stage today. On the risers to the rear are academics, guests, members of Academic Council, members of our Alumni Council, and members of our governing authority. On the front row on your left are the executive deans of the faculties of the university or their representatives and the Dean of Teaching and Learning. Further to the left are a group of your fellow graduates. In the first two rows on your right are associate deans for research, chairpersons and academic coordinators who direct the programmes from which graduates are being presented this morning. And further to the right are today's doctoral candidates. At the front of the stage are Cathal Marley, Chancellor of DCU, Professor Dara Keogh, President of DCU, and Gillian Barry, Deputy Director of our Registry. Today, we're delighted to welcome graduates of taught and research programmes from the Faculty of Science and Health. Agus tá ásar manish, Cathal Marley, Chancellor na Hallscoile, agus Cathaoirleach Christicanis na Hallscoile, a chur na díobh. I have great pleasure in introducing Cathal Marley, Chancellor of the University and Chairperson of our Governing Authority.
Morning, everybody. Big crowd in this morning, and I'm glad you've all made it. I always wonder, for the people who are coming from outside Dublin, have they really experienced the joys of the M50? But you seem to have all made it on time. I come on the M50 every day, and it should, you know, I kind of know it really well. So I left really early this morning, and I was here at 8 o'clock. But I know if I left 20 minutes later, I could be here at 10 o'clock. So well done. That's your first achievement of the day. I have the nice job of just welcoming all of you here. The President later will do a much more expansive speech, but I'll just keep it short and just welcome you here. Like President, colleagues, graduates and your family and friends, partners, this is a really, really big occasion. It's a special occasion, and it marks the end of kind of a long journey of academic study and achievement. So well done to everybody. I know it might be tinged with a little bit of sadness after the result last night, but hopefully you can put that aside and you can look forward and enjoy the day. Like personally, I worked in Czechia for 3 years after I left college, so I have a lot of friends there, so you can imagine the amount of abuse I was getting last night, and this morning it was something else. But I was there just as it was becoming a separate country in 1993, and it was full of a huge amount of change, just like the world is today. For them, it was a huge amount of change, and they went through an awful lot of suffering over the years, but fantastic optimism. And I think to be there at that time and to look at the optimism in the midst of massive change, it was a great thing. It's something I've carried with me ever since, in terms of no matter what's happening in the world, you can make a difference, and you can use that and be optimistic about it, and move forward. On behalf of the University's Governing Authority, I'm delighted to welcome everybody here. The University graduation ceremonies are the flagship events in DCU, and they're days of enormous pride for the university community, and obviously for you and your families as well. I remember it very well. I was one of the very first graduates here in 1989. Just as the Berlin Wall came down, I kind of entered into NIHE, and I left out of DCU in 1989. And I still remember it, and my friends still remember it. It's a very special place. And I think the values you learn here, really you carry them forward into your life. And I think that's the key thing, is the values that you learn. So I think be proud of what you achieve, what you've achieved, and your family and your friends are very proud of you as well. And I can't imagine the hard work that your parents your parents and your families and everybody else have put into all of this, as well as yourselves. So well done. It's a big milestone in life, but it's only one milestone on a very, very exciting life that's ahead of you. I can also tell you that the staff here, and the professional staff and academic staff, are incredibly proud of what you've achieved. And again, just on behalf of the Governing Authority, I'd like to thank them for all their hard work. I know they're incredibly committed to the students. They put everything, their heart and soul, into the students, and they take it very personally in terms of making sure you can achieve your very, very best. And I think the university really prides itself on making sure that it's a transformative experience for students, and I think they've definitely done that, so well done to everybody on that. We're here to recognise academic achievement, but I also want to recognise the impact that the students, all of you today, have made on the university in terms of your involvement, and also living the values of the university. And I suppose when I look forward into what's happening in the world, it's a world of rapid change. And it's clear that the world has never changed as quickly as it is now. But in terms of AI, when we look back, we'll probably say it's never changed as slowly as it is now as well, because the rate of change is going to be so dramatic. And I suppose what you hang on to when things are changing so quickly around you, and it is the values, and it's the values that you've experienced in DCU, and those values you will carry forward for the rest of your lives. And that's how you'll transform lives and societies, which is the real mission of the university. It's not what you know, as my granny used to say, it's how you use it. And I think that's a really good mantra for going forward. You've got knowledge now, you've got skills, you've got abilities, but how you use it will be based on the values that you carry forward with you. So really, really focus on those values and focus on purpose, because I think the university really, really has a commitment to transforming lives and societies, and that will be through you going forward into the future. Graduates, as you receive your parchment today, I know you'll be proud to reflect on hard work, and it's been worthwhile. I wish you every continued success in your personal and professional lives, but remember to stay in touch. As I said, I graduated from here in 1989, and I'm still friends with the people I graduated with, and this place is a very special place, and so stay in touch. There's over 100,000 graduates from DCU, and I think you will look back on this in the years to come, and you will remember your time here, the values you've learned, and the skills you've learned, and put it to good use. And as you leave today, I know that you will stay true to the values of the university and to the university's mission, which is to transform lives and societies. It's really important. It's really important to give back. It's really important to live a life that makes a difference. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chancellor. Candidates from the Faculty of Science and Health will now be presented by the Executive Dean, Professor Blanet White.
President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Diploma in Health Studies, Victoria Kahinde. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Nursing General. Wendy Adgonzoa. Sinead Bonner. Sophie Boyle. Caoimhe Brady. Roisin Brady. Rachel Elizabeth Breen. Vanessa Burke. Abby Byrne. Ciara Byrne. Orla Byrne. Siofra Cawley Murphy. Monica Coffey. Elizabeth Anna Connaty. Ruth Creamer. Niamh Delaney. Hannah Mackenzie Dillon. Ciara Dixon. Ava Dolan. Emily Donnelly. Zurcha Donnelly. Shauna Duff. Emma Dunphy. Niamh English. Sinead Farley. Daniela Fachete. Rachel Fitzgerald. Tara Fox. Casey Gallagher. Ciara Gallagher. Veronica Grofkowska. Sophie Goffrock. Alicia Gordon. Alison Gorman. Hannah Gorman. Emer Graal. Orla Isabella Greer. Niamh Guthrie. Sophie Hanbridge. Aoife Hanley. Roisin Hanlon. Niamh Harrison. Abby Hart, Niamh Hart, Adele Hayes, Sophie Heyman, Martina Heaven, Grace Hennessy, Aoife Hessian, Lorna Hutchinson, Aoife Hines, Natalia Anna Maria Jekan, Aisling Kamari, Daphne Shiro Kamo, Rachel Kelly, Aisling Kenny, James Keogh, Sophie Kinahan, Caitlin Kinsella-Sweeney, Fiona Nora Lamb, Maria Leonard, Aoife Mackey, Leonora Majapi, Viva Musele, Devon Matthews, Aoife McCabe, Eve McAvoy, Meryl McGoldrick, Denise McGrath, Ciara McNamara, Paula Monks, Leah Morrissey, Niamh Morrissey, Aideen Murphy, Jane Kelechi Inoju, Alva Noonan. Ellen O'Boyle, Jessica O'Neill, Emma O'Reilly, Alva O'Rourke, Kelly O'Rourke, Michelle Anua, Justine Mark Perez, Joanna Omakua Phillips, Shannon Evelyn Pillican, Jessie Pritchard Egan, Sinead Elizabeth Redmond, Lara Reynolds, Victoria Simeon, Rachel Sims, Bhagwan Singh, Jessica Smith, Amisha Sooner, Ellen Thompson, Rebecca Louise Tully, Lily Tyrrell, Tiffany Umayat, Hannah Walsh, Shauna Whelan, Hannah Woods, Ruth Clementine Zola. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Nursing, Intellectual Disability. Oyindamola Islamiyat Arika Abbas. Franklin Achubu. Ojenaruke Jade Adobaji. Basma Alobadi. Nadia Azizi. Nicola Barda. Lucy Blacker. Caitlin Buchanan. Kerry Byrne. Andre Kawhelan. Ava Copas. Sarah De Carlis. Grania Donahue. Dion Tammy Esqueta. Leah Gannon. Elisabetta Garbel. Kira Gahuli. Emmett Lynn. Una Grogan. Brona Hart. Holly Hennessy. Paige Holbrook. Tammy Lalua Ajibeo Ibrahim. Patience Johannes. Catherine Veronica Joy. Amy Kelly. Emer Kennedy. Jemima Campbell. Nadine Martin Keogh. Masiti Jane Marumo. Adejoke Montserrat Matanmi. Kate McGovern. Moya McCarney. Rebecca McMahon. Amy Malloy. Ellie Moore. Tando Ngwenya. Sakila Wananani Nkomo. Ashley Okafu. Oluwasen Akpire. Elizabeth Adiolu Olinye. And Continuere Precious Gift Richard. Jennifer Margaret Roddy. Ajirico Soriano. Amy Stevens. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Nursing, Mental Health. Oluwatosimon Tiwa Mercy Adetona. Angel Anoa Puher. Casey Barrett. Amy Mary Barron. Edel Brady. Ellen Butler. Sandra Byrne. Nina Canning. Lesedi Amarachi Divine Kacheze. Stephanie Cleary. Nora Conahy. Grace Cooney. Saoirse Cray. Emma Cuddy. Aoife de Clare. Hannah Zumik. Ogana Yola Femina. Anne-Marie Eno. Alana Elizabeth Field. Vicky Badabo Goye. Kira Mora Gobbett. Abby Grassick. Donna Shafiz. Eve Healy. Samuel John Hegney. Tracy Ezidoman. Angel Gigi. Patricia Abati Kanafunzi. Patricia May Lacorte. Sarah Lipsett. Jane McGee. Robin McCabe. Alana McGuinness. Luca Maguire. Godwin McLam. Sophie Mead. Caitlin Moore. Narina Nakotra. Jennifer Njoku. Jenny O'Dwyer. Aoife O'Leary. Megan O'Rourke. Rashidat Odorinde. Olokemi Oladahin. Stephanie Onuha. Liz Onayaman Mordi. Oseramur Otugor. Juliet Owusu. Abiola Abiodun Onayaiman. Rachel Proudfoot. Ava Riley. Blessing Sabindi. Sanata Sinatide. Rebecca Slevin. Ruby Tennant. Abby Wilson. Victoria Vitson. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Bachelor of Science in Children's and General Nursing Integrated. Courtney Violet Helen Brennan. Emma Burns. Laura Louise Byrne. Rachel Dobbs. Chloe Fraser. Claire Gillespie. Molly Griffin, Leanne Hennessy, Sophie Jackson, Sophie Kelly, Ella Kernan, Leisha Lenehan, Emer Lynch, Megan Malone, Ellen Midlowan, Adele Ann McGovern, Laura McGovern, Lynn Bernice McCarney, Anya Newman, Ayla O'Callig, Orla O'Neill, Odera Conrad Okonko, Rachel Onalika Oladele, Tito Olatun Bosun, Roisin Peters, Grace Rafferty, Zoe Thompson Whelan, Dervla Toomey, Charlotte Walsh, Cara Wynne, President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the graduate diploma in bioprocessing engineering. Mitesh Kumar Kumarazan. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Bioprocess Engineering. Abdul Qadir Akin. Aranmina Alex. Chipi Baibata. Yagnaseni Barman. Rashita Mariat Basil Jacob. Killian Coleman. Rebecca Corcoran. Mishmi Detari. Jose Dene Varghese. Abby Dixon. Yuraj Singh Dodeda. Venetia Sima D'Souza. Kolada Michael Durajai. Brona Early. Alina Gorbakova. Marilyn Healy. Priya Joshi. Mariam Khan. Sarah Sri Kumar. Priyadata Muriangalam Kanujan. Akil Naseem Panoli. Preeti Raj. Laurent Rodriguez. Arunima Sankar. Puritra Selvam. Divanish Sankar. Dia Supriya Dilip. Deepak Suthar. Amala Elizabeth Tommy. Sharin Varghese. Avani Vinod Roy. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Biotherapeutics. Nititha Alex. Ronan Allen. Rekha Shandini Shinta. Tanuja Daramalingam. Gopinath Duraiswamy. Arkana Kimiri. Divyashri Gunasilan. Nessa Henahan. Nanette Iridaya Raj. Sahiti Kamapali. Lorna Keane. Joshua Coley. Sneha Poritura Rachi. Anushi Mavila Rahan. Rohit Joseph Wilson Na. Pavarti Nava Kurila Ati. Nirish Krishna Pamayapin. Muhammad Salih Parambindi Mital. Poonam. Pavitra Pranam. Omar Rayan. Pavitra Sasindran. Chirumathi Shangumalalantan. Victoria Sherwood. Prajvul Tengina Kaye. Shanamol Tekachira Shaji. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Higher Diploma in Children's Nursing. Zara Albayati. Beth Brennan. Emily Brogan. Laura Burke. Lauren Cahill. Anne Carr. Christina Cernat. Sean Patrick Clark-White. Olivia Cusack. Megan Douglas. Hannah Dowling. Roisin Arnduri. Amy Farrell. Amy Fogarty. Amy Fowley. Ciara Gagan. Joyce Lida Gonsalves. Shannon Hogan. Aideen Hurley. Gigi James. Jennifer Lego. Drusilla Mashinya. Megan McCullough. Katie MacDonald. Sarah Moorhead. Amy O'Connell. Nasa O'Connor. Ciara Raleigh Carley. Neithu Susan Matthew. Colleen Whelan. President, I present the following candidates who successfully completed the Professional Diploma in Teaching Physics. Michelle Bryan. Chris Burke. Carolina Calvo-Icat. Daniel Gallagher. Cathal McCarthy. Ciara O'Grady. Sarah Tallon. President, I present the following candidates who successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Astrophysics and Relativity. Ciara Anderson. Sean Kelly. President, I present the following candidates who successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Diagnostics and Precision Medicine. Sharon Kelechi Alaziye. Paige Paquette. Leanne Burke. Shay Dorian. Saoirse Fleming. Gunther Alex Kumar. Dana Gogarty. Michelle Lago. Rianne McCarthy. Milana McGurk. Grace Mary O'Sullivan. Farhana Mustafa. Kate Mahal. Fatia Nuhu. Dara O'Loughlin. Omieta Nelly Oruwari. Kevin Palasanime. Tina Safrankova. Daphne Viola Sakura. Samantha Sharp. Safas Samanda. Annette Aliama Thomas. Vikram Raj, Uma Mashawari Kanagaja Raj. Gifty Vidukarian John. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Financial Mathematics. Na Shi Mine. Adam Ballew. Killian Byrne. Denzel Abose. Nicole George Kuti Mondamatam. Kamal Ibrahim. Christina Joy. Ashavi Ketan Kumar Mata. Alamel Oyelola. Shivam Pal. Lorraine Anasibi. Gary Wilson.
Tá ásaring inis fáiltear curvh céimethe a bhfuil céimeann na taide le brana orthu. We're now very pleased to welcome our graduates for research degrees. Each candidate has pursued their degree through research and has fulfilled the requirements laid down by the Academic Council of the University. Professor Blanet White will again present the candidates from the Faculty of Science and Health, this time for postgraduate degrees by research.
President, I present the following candidates who've successfully completed the Doctor of Elite Performance Sport programme in the School of Health and Human Performance. For a thesis entitled, Is Metacognition a Forgotten Facet in Athletic Therapy Education? Lynn Allen. For a thesis entitled, The Parent Advantage, Exploring Contextual Influences and Parental Roles in Tennis Talent Development, Gary Cahill. For a thesis entitled, A Multi-Stakeholder Perspective of Coherence, Alignment and Integrated Strategy at Various Stages of an Elite Rugby Talent System, Ian Costello. For a thesis entitled, Making the Most of Mentoring, an examination across student practitioner cohorts in a Gaelic Games tertiary education environment, Paul O'Brien. For a thesis entitled, A Pragmatic Approach to Chronic Pain Management, Exploring Support, Lived Experiences and Intervention Development in Ireland, Kate Sheridan. President, I present the following candidates who've successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Biotechnology. For a thesis entitled, Mechanistic Insight on the Impact of Nanomaterials and Nanocoronas on Freshwater and In Vitro Systems, Dimitrios Kakavas. For a thesis entitled, Evaluation of RALA peptide nanoparticles for the delivery of nucleic acids into human T cells, Conor Lawler. For a thesis entitled, Daphnia as the Canary in the Coal Mine, Effect-Based Methods for Pollution Assessment, Anna Mihalakai. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Chemical Sciences. For a thesis entitled, Development of Novel Dyes for Photocatalytic Hydrogen Evolution, Design, Synthesis, Photophysical and Electrochemical Properties, along with time-resolved infrared spectroelectrochemical simulation of photocatalytic processes, Martina Bartusiak. For a thesis entitled, Advancing Soil Spectroscopy from Laboratory to Handheld Applications to Support Site-Specific Sustainable Phosphorus Management, Sifan Yang. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Health and Human Performance. For a thesis entitled, Investigating the English Male Rugby Union Talent System, Progression of Players, Effectiveness and Efficiency of Premiership Academies, Amy Shelley. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Nursing, Psychotherapy and Community Health. For a thesis entitled, Holding On to Me in the Context of Dementia, a Classic Grounded Theory Study, Susan O'Reilly. For a thesis entitled, An Exploration of the Lived Experiences of Elite Professional Footballers and Their Intimate Partners During the Sports Career Transition, a Hermeneutic Phenomenological Study, Gillian Quinn. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Psychology. For a thesis entitled, Reinforcement-Based Group Contingencies to Increase Pro-Social Behaviour Among At-Risk Children in Community Settings, Ciara Brennan. For a thesis entitled, Raise the Roof, Cognitive Associations of Homelessness and Implications for Problematic Substance Use, Lorna Crane. For a thesis entitled, Life After Childhood Leukemia, Exploring the Relationship Between Social Support, Resilience and Quality of Life Amongst Children and Their Parents, Avril Deegan. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Psychotherapy programme in the School of Nursing, Psychotherapy and Community Health. For a thesis entitled, I Was Robbed of Joy, an interpretive phenomenological analysis of women's lived experiences of a distressing childbirth in Ireland, perceived impacts and meaning making, Kathleen Noon.
Thank you, Bláthnaid, and congratulations to all our graduates. As you are graduates now, it's appropriate I introduce to you our Director of DCU Alumni Relations, Ross Munnelly.
Good morning. Congratulations on crossing the stage here at the Helix. It is a truly wonderful occasion and celebration. So now that you have received your parchments, it is a great honour to address you as DCU graduates. Today is a special day, not just because of your academic achievements, but because you are now members of our global alumni community of over 120,000 DCU graduates. When we talk to our graduates, they tell us that this community, your new community, is a hugely important support network for them on a personal and professional level. It's a network that spans many different career sectors and all corners of the globe. Our aim at the Alumni Relations Office is to help you to stay connected with your fellow graduates and with the university throughout your career and beyond. It is a mutually supportive relationship that allows you to benefit from our networking and alumni events and to engage with our award-winning Emerging Leaders programme. We offer opportunities for graduates to play a role in DCU's transformative student experience by getting involved with our student mentorship and volunteering programmes. We support a growing number of international DCU alumni chapters, including London, Boston, New York, Paris, and many more. We look forward to welcoming you back to campus for your class reunions in the years ahead. So today, you will continue your lifelong journey with DCU. Please keep in touch. Our door is always open. I mentioned the importance of our global network of alumni. So let's hear from some of them now about what being a DCU graduate means to them.
Today marks not an end,
but the beginning of a lifelong supportive relationship.
As you step through the doors of DCU,
you are stepping into a new world.
A world of opportunity.
A world of hope and aspiration.
A world of new and exciting adventures.
And it is not a journey you will be walking alone.
We have shared experience.
We have walked these same halls,
danced on the same stage,
and donned the same caps and gowns.
We are innovators,
industry leaders,
and professionals across continents
and across countless disciplines and careers.
We are inventors,
creators,
educators,
and storytellers.
We provide a platform for the next generation
and help to transform society at home
and abroad.
So, as you step across that stage today,
you are stepping into a community.
Your community,
led by fellow graduates
with a global network of support.
A community of friends,
colleagues, and supporters,
shaping the world around us.
We are DCU alumni.
This is your network, and now is your time to join us.
Anish Turiguktaran Ulster Caharvala Clia and Tullif Darakil Aishk. The President of Dublin City University, Professor Darakil, will now make his address.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Special congratulations to Blonid, who managed all those names throughout the graduation. Chancellor, members of the governing authority, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, most importantly graduates, you're really welcome to the Helix here today, the place where we celebrate all our best days. The Chancellor alluded at the outset to the disappointment last night in Prague with Ireland's dreams ending in shootout, heartbreak. They say that success has many mothers, but defeat is an orphan. And I think it's important today that we recognise the lads, the boys in green, who brought us so much joy and heartbreak, but joy predominantly and excitement throughout the campaign. I'm thinking of special heroes like Troy Parrott, not just for his hat-trick, but especially for his spirit. And for a lad who started off as a relatively average player to end up with parrots festooned all around Prague is a great tribute to that spirit. And of course, what about our own Caoimhín Kelleher? Think about, not about last night, but think back to his ability to stop the mighty CR7 himself, to humiliate Ronaldo in front of a home audience in Lisbon. So think of all of that, think of that campaign, think of all that's ahead of us, and please, please, please give us a big shout out for the boys in green. I won't mention the boys in blue. We leave those. I'm glad that united we found our spirit. We're back where we belong again. And for our Liverpool fans, I'm delighted that you're back where you belong again. This is a really emotional occasion for us, this graduation. On our side, you get a nice sense of it there, particularly the great kind of whistles from our great friends from Nigeria. You get a sense of the excitement in the room. But on our side, we get to see all the smiling faces. And it is special to see that sense of excitement and the gratitude, the pride, to see the bright eyes in front of us, the broad smiles and the high heels as you try to navigate or levitate across the stage. It's magic. That kind of wonderful anthem at the outset, the DCU song, is a poem there, talks about the thread of destiny. And there's something about the use of the word destiny which suggests inevitability, you know, that this was destined for you, or it was inevitable that you were going to graduate. I'm really conscious on days like today that the path to graduation is seldom straight, that many of you came to the university against the odds in the first place. Many of you are the first and the only member of your family to have graduated. And for many of you, life got complicated along the way. But the main point is that you persisted, that you stuck with it, and that has led you through, that thread has brought you to today. So today is a massive day, and I hope it's one that you will always be proud of. So can I ask you please, in that great kind of Irish tradition, to give a massive round of applause for yourselves. Yeah, all that self-congratulations, and there was me thinking you'd be very mindful, very demure, but look at all of that kind of chirping. We're talking about sports earlier, and study is the ultimate team sport. It's not an isolated activity. It's not something you do yourself. But you wouldn't be here today without the support of your backroom team. And I'm thinking about your parents, your partners, your guardians, your families, your friends. I'm thinking about the people that got you here, the people who supported you, the people who loved you, the people who listened to you, the people who revoluted you to get you to this morning. So you've given yourselves a massive round of applause. So can I ask you to do even more, make it louder for your backroom team. I'm also very conscious in meeting people outside on the way in that for today's celebration is tinged with sadness. Not just for Godwin and his family, but for so many families here who are absent a friend and a loved one. So can we just pause for a moment to think about absent friends? I'd also like to thank my colleagues, my fantastic colleagues here behind me, our academic and our professional staff across the university in every function, people who worked to support you, who guided you and brought you to this special day. And I'd also like to thank the people in the university events team, the registry, the alumni, the Helix, the people who are outside preparing refreshments for us, everybody who worked together to make this a wonderful day. So congratulations to them. I'm particularly pleased to see members of staff pass across in front of us. It's a great, I suppose, reflection of their own commitment to learning and to research, but ultimately their presence is the ultimate quality assurance measure in the university. And I spotted moving across Dr. Paul O'Brien and Dr. Kate Sheridan, so congratulations especially to them. On a day like today, you can be very proud to graduate from DCU, which is considered one of Europe's leading innovative universities. There are many indicators of that success, but one of those that's probably flawed is the rankings. Somebody said to me once that rankings were like sausages, that if you knew what went into them, you wouldn't touch them. But the point is, when they're going your way, we'll take them. And they are thankfully going our way. That this year in the Times kind of higher world rankings of 25,000 universities in the world, that DCU rose to just above 350. It's a fantastic achievement for us. And also in terms of our research quality, of the Irish universities in the same global rankings, we were ranked number 1 in Ireland. I notice a certain joy in that clap. Those other universities are our partners, okay? If you believe that. But anyway, It's funny, the university presidents meet on a regular basis, but there were chats about the weather, about sport, about the economy, but there wasn't a word about the research rankings. Anyway, they must have missed that dispatch. But we achieved that, I think, kind of quietly in a DCU way by kind of rolling up our sleeves. But part of the rankings are based on our graduate performance, on your performance. So I'm just making a plea to you today. Please do not mess it up for us, okay? Do not. Next year or the year after, I want to stand up and boast that we've moved even higher. And folks, that's your duty to help us to get to that point. And I say the university is proud of many achievements and recent achievements, but our greatest boast is in yourselves. It's in our graduates. The Chancellor spoke about our mission to transform lives and societies, but that transformation happens in so many ways. Yes, it certainly happens in the lectures or in the libraries or in the labs or on the playing fields, but it's really driven hugely by your impact. When you move out of here, the impact that you will have in your roles across Ireland and across the world. And today's graduates are largely from the Faculty of Science and Health. And you can see, parents can see it, we can see it, as those degrees are called out and as you process across, the impact that you are having, for instance, in the healthcare system. Now, I was thinking today would not be a good day to get sick. But to think about the impact that this class has, this group has, and will continue to have within our system, and our healthcare system for one. And we talk about DCU as a place-based university. And when we say that, we're not just talking about our physical location. It's not just like the red dot on the Google map, but it's about the importance of this place. It's our commitment to this place and to the people. This place is our purpose, Dublin, Ireland, and people internationally by extension. Recent kind of visit to the nursing school, for instance, pointed out that the nursing school had collaboration with almost 20 major hospitals and community partners across the Dublin area alone. That's impact. And I'm delighted to say that many of those kind of partner organisations are represented with us here this morning. I also spot colleagues from Limerick University who partner with us on the teaching of physics degree, which is a bridging programme to allow teachers of science and maths to teach physics in school. But today marks a first in one regard, and a first that reflects that partnership. Because in the cohort of BSc of Intellectual Disability graduates, there were partners from St. Michael's House down the Ballymun Road. And that's an important way in partnering together to kind of increase access to the profession. And it's important that we celebrate the profession. And this year we renamed our nursing building here after a Dublin nurse, Alice Reeves. And Alice Reeves was pivotal and hugely important in developing standards in the nursing professionalism and the quality of life and the remuneration of nurses and healthcare workers themselves. You will have seen at the end our colleagues in the red capes, the superheroes. These were our research students. They deserve special recognition, not just for their ambition in taking on the topic, not just for the importance of the topic, but their dogged determination to finish that degree in the last hurl. It's the marathon of academic achievement. So can I ask you to give our colleagues a special round of applause. So today's graduates, folks, you leave here, as the Chancellor said at the outset, at an extraordinary juncture in world affairs. You couldn't make it up. And preparing speeches like this, that kind of desire to be upbeat and chipper, you couldn't write the script. If I told you even a month ago that we'd have epic fury and the fallout of that, you wouldn't believe me. And there's a famous proverb that goes something like, "May you live in interesting times." And depending on your perspective, it's either a source of excitement, a blessing, or some people call it the Chinese curse. May you live in exciting times. Well, folks, I hate to break it to you, but either way, you are living, we all are living in exciting times, interesting times, and they don't get more interesting than this. If you look at the daily news, you have wars, you have famine, climate change, housing issues, health issues, migration, the poison of social media, the uncertainty of artificial intelligence, as Cathal said at the outset. Now, none of these are abstract concepts, and all of those have huge consequences for people like ourselves and across the world. This week we had a gathering of young alumni, and we had a guest speaker, a local lad, John Saunders, an Artane man who went on to lead one of the biggest kind of global communications agencies. And in that speech, John was obviously positive and chipper and upbeat, but I was struck by the sense in which he focused on the rise in anxiety around the world. And we are living in times that are becoming more anxious. We can see it in our schools, we can see it in workplaces, you can see it in the hospitals, I'm sure, but we can also see it closer to home. And I'd say there's not one family here, including my own, that deal with children with anxiety issues and minding them along. And it's hard not to be anxious. We face a constant barrage of negativity coming at it from all sides. And the endless, relentless news cycle that's given rise to what some people call headline stress disorder. Now, I have beside my bed an Echo Dot, and every morning it wakes me up at about 5:20, and it blasts out some kind of miserable headline from some part of the world at me. The only consolation is that when I shout, "Stop!" Alexa replies, "How can I help you?" which is some consolation that there are others out to help us in the day ahead. And I spoke earlier about the importance of DCU being a place-based university. And that's important for us, and I'll tell you why. Because it's not just that we're located here, as I say, like that red dot. It's that Dublin's north side, and all that we understand by that, has given the university its character, and it gives me confidence that you will leave from here shaped by those kind of values, ambition and determination. I'm a historian, and there's always a danger when a historian gets in front of a mic that you revert to type. But if you think of the foundation of DCU at the end of the 1970s, that Ireland was in one of the bleakest periods of its history. The unemployment rate in this city was 20% and above. Inflation wasn't far behind. 30% of the population worked in the civil service or the public sector at that stage. Things were bleak, but DCU was established precisely because of that fact. And when we admitted our first students, 200 of them in 1980, we took them on in the belief that this university could give graduates opportunities that they couldn't have imagined for. It would give graduates personal resources. It would give graduates resilience to shape that stalemate that local singers like Bono and the Boys were singing about in Calderwood Road. That's important to us. And it wasn't just an education that this university sought to provide. It sought to provide a special type of education. It sought to shape our students, to provide an education that was based on engagement, and an education based on partnership too, where our students, our graduates like yourselves, would not merely survive, but you would thrive. You would not merely take the challenges that life threw at you, but you would shape life and live that mission of ours to transform lives and societies every day, wherever life takes us. And this is our DNA, the DNA of the university. And that's what I hope for you, that I hope that your experience here has set you up to do just that. The Chancellor quoted his granny at the outset in terms of her hope. I'd like to quote the American academic and podcaster Brené Brown, and she says, it's not what you know that matters, but it's who. It's who you are that matters. And the parchment that I gave you today with the seal and the security features, all of that is a record and a statement of your academic achievement. But it's much more than that. I hope that that parchment captures the type of person you are and what our expectations are of you. That we expect that you will leave from here as a person who will thrive, somebody who is energetic, somebody who is empathetic, somebody who's technically skilled, team players, individuals who are rounded and grounded. And most importantly, we expect that our graduates, DCU graduates, will be devoid of the most destructive of attitudes, entitlement on the one hand and complacency on the other. We do live certainly in interesting times, but whether those interesting times become a blessing for us or a curse will depend largely on your disposition and your determination. I hope that when you walk out of this hall today, when you leave DCU, that you will do so, as Ross said, with friends for life. But also, I hope that you'll be self-starters and that you will leave here what some people call a beginner's mind, an attitude of openness, of eagerness and a curiosity which will carry you not just to infinity and beyond, but way beyond that and past your wildest dreams. Congratulations.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now coming to the end of the ceremony, which I hope has been enjoyable and memorable. The formal proceedings will close with the academic procession. And when this begins, I would ask those who can to stand and remain standing until it is left. Sin deir le searmanas chug orm na hallscoile seo. Tá mí don buíochtaíomh as ucht fuair bheith láthair linn. The convocation of the university is hereby concluded. Thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you will all now join academics and graduates for refreshments and really enjoy the rest of this very special day.
We
Riv Galair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Martin Maloney, and together with my colleague Liam Horahan, we will be your Masters of Ceremony this afternoon. On behalf of the University, I welcome you to today's convocation of Dublin City University, which will begin just shortly. The booklet you'll have received gives the order of today's ceremony. We hope that you will take this booklet away as a souvenir of what is both an important and enjoyable occasion, obviously for the graduates and their families and friends, but so too for the staff of the university. Now, today we celebrate the achievement of every single graduating student. However, we realise that it would be very tiring were we to applaud for every single student. So could I ask that you confine your applause to the end of each group of graduands, and in the event that there's a very big class, we'll pause appropriately and prompt you to show your appreciation. In case of the unlikely event of an emergency evacuation of the building, could I ask you now to check where your nearest emergency exit is, bearing in mind that it might not be the door in which you came in, or it might be behind you. In the event of such an emergency evacuation, could I ask you to follow the instructions of the stewards and gather together in the evacuation area at the front of the Helix. Now, we know everyone wants to get the photograph of the big moment, but I would ask that you remain seated and please don't block the aisles when you're taking photographs. And now could I ask you to take out your mobile phone, physically take it out, check that it's on silent, but also reduce the volume to nothing, because these things have a ghost-like habit of coming on, as happened to me here a couple of years ago when my phone rang during the President's speech. And the only reason I still have a job here is he was convinced it was the person beside me. So, shh, not a word. But please do check your phones. It's very disconcerting, and I know we'll use them as cameras and things, so please check they're on silent and turn down the volume, and that way you're doubly covered. We really do hope that you enjoy today's celebration of our graduating students. Now, during the academic procession, which will be in a moment, the DCU anthem will be played, and it'll be accompanied by Irish Sign Language interpretation from DCU's Senan Dunn. Now, could I ask those of you who are able to do so to please rise for the academic procession. if only our students were as obedient as all of you have been. My sincere apologies. A number of students were late and we're just accommodating them, and they're just being accommodated now while you're waiting. And I'm sure you'll understand that on the day that's in it, our graduating students have to be our priority. So my apologies for keeping you. And if I asked you to sit down again, I'd get the nod and you'd be standing up again and you wouldn't need to go to the gym at all this week. But for the moment, if you wait, and I'm hoping to get the nod, but you will appreciate that our students are the most important thing. And it's the rain looks as if it's going to stay off for the moment. So hopefully, with this couple of minutes, you'll have a bit of extra time at the end for some great photographs as well. And now we'll just see the best laid plans of mice and men. We're just getting started. And you'll realize today that we're not only full to capacity, but we're beyond capacity. So we've had the pleasure of some of our graduating students on the stage with us, such as the number of students we have graduating. We've 20,000 students in DCU at the moment, and about 5,000 graduate each year. So it's quite an undertaking, and they must remain our priority as we try and have this day as memorable as possible. I'll certainly remember this one. Actually, I will ask you to sit down for a moment rather than have you standing so long, and we'll do that again when I get the nod. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the academic procession.
Shiver and bright.
Chancellor, Uachtarán na Hulscoile. Scolóirí na Hulscoile a chéimethe is a chuirde go léir. Bháilim fáilte anmhór chu roimh chu go ggócharm seo chun céimeanna agus dúiseanna ó scoil Carvala a Chlia a Bhronna. Chancellor, President, academic colleagues, graduates and honoured guests. My name is Professor Lisa Looney. I'm the Vice President for Academic Affairs and Registrar, and I'd like to warmly welcome you all to this afternoon's convocation of Dublin City University to present degrees and awards. The Universities Act 1997 vests in DCU the statutory power to grant academic awards, and these are recognised nationally and internationally. In seeking to maintain our high standards of academic quality, we require students to demonstrate to Academic Council that they have satisfactorily reached those standards before the university will confer an award on them. Ladies and gentlemen, those people who will be presented to the President today have attained high standards of academic performance and are worthy recipients of our degrees, certificates and diplomas. The ceremony this afternoon has two functions. The first is the formal presentation of graduates for degrees and awards. The Executive Dean of Faculty will present each graduate to the President, and the chairperson of their programme board will formally bear witness and congratulate the new graduate on behalf of the board. The second function is less solemn and concerns the celebration of a period in the life of the graduate here at DCU, where we hope you've had some fun and made really good friends at the same time as achieving this wonderful academic success. Inish, Bhualan Medina Ella an Seo Chur Bhurlóthair. I'd like to introduce to you my colleagues who will be involved in the ceremony. On the risers behind me here are academics, guests, members of Academic Council, members of Alumni Council, and members of our governing authority. On the front row of that section, on your left, are the executive deans of the faculties of the university or their representatives, and the Dean of Teaching and Learning. Further to the left are a group of your fellow graduates. On the first two rows of the right behind me here are associate deans for research, chairpersons and academic coordinators who direct the programmes from which graduates are being presented this afternoon. And further to the right, your right, are today's doctoral graduates. At the front of the stage are Cathal Marley, Chancellor of DCU, Professor Dara Keogh, President of DCU, and Gillian Barry, our Deputy Director of Registry. Today, we're delighted to welcome graduates of taught and research programmes from the DCU Business School, Faculty of Engineering and Computing, and our Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. Inish, tá ása Cathal Marley, Chancellor na Hulscoile agus Cathaoirleach le Cristicanas na Hulscoile a chur an aithne díobh. I have great pleasure introducing Cathal Marley, Chancellor of the University and Chairperson of our Governing Authority.
Afternoon, everybody. You all look great. Another big crowd in this afternoon. I think you've succeeded on your first challenge today, and that's getting through the traffic in Dublin, so well done on that. President, colleagues, graduates, and your families and friends, you're all very welcome. It's my pleasure to welcome you all here. I have a short speech to start off the afternoon, and the President will have a more expansive speech later on at the end of the ceremony. But on behalf of the University's Governing Authority, I'm delighted to welcome you all here for this very special occasion. I know it's tinged with a little bit of sadness after the result last night, which was very disappointing for us all. I actually worked in Prague for 3 years, and I was there when the country split from the Slovak Republic in 1993. And I suppose they're lovely people, and it's a lovely country, but I got a lot of abuse on WhatsApp last night from the many friends I have who are still living there. But I suppose one of my memories back in 1993, we were there for New Year's Eve when it did split as a separate country, and even though that country had gone through so much pain and suffering over many, many years, there was such a great sense of optimism in the middle of all that great change and uncertainty they were facing at that time. And they've gone on with great optimism and innovation and skill to do brilliantly as a country since that time. The university graduation ceremonies are flagship events in the DCU calendar. They're days of enormous pride when the university community gathers to celebrate your success. And it's something I remember very clearly myself. I was one of the first graduates when DCU in its new form, as the DCU, happened in 1989. So I remember the day very clearly, and all my friends from that day are still very close friends of mine. So it is a very important day, and I suppose it's not a single day. There's been a lot of work building up to it, and from this moment, then you will take the values and the skills and your academic achievements with you to move forward and make tremendous contributions to society and to people's lives into the future. And I know it's been a huge amount of hard work, and we're very proud of the achievements that you've made. And I know that your families, your partners, your friends are all very proud as well of what you've achieved. And I can tell you that the staff and professional staff of the university in particular, and that's one thing that hasn't changed since 1989, they're so dedicated to you as students and to you as alumni from today, and they give tremendous commitment, and I think they're sitting here with tremendous pride at what you've achieved, and they've witnessed at close hand how hard you've worked and the challenges that you may have gone through to get to this point. So well done, and thanks to all of them as well. I think the aim of the university and of the staff is to make sure the students have a transformative student experience, and I'm certainly sure that they have made sure that has happened. So while today we're here to recognise your academic achievements, it's also important to recognise the great impact that you've made on the university during your time here, and on your friends and the people that you've associated with throughout your time here. And that's just as important. I think what you'll get your parchment today, and it'll recognise that hard work academically, but what you'll probably bring with you into the future is your friends, your contacts, and the values that you've learned in DCU. And those values are very much steeped in the community and in society, and it's around the mission of the university is to transform lives and societies, and that's not based in academics, that's based in values. And that's what I'd like to see you carrying forward, and I'm sure you will. So there's no denying it's a very complex world. I think we've never seen a period in history where the world is changing so rapidly in front of our eyes, and that creates a bit of uncertainty. But at the same time, I'm very aware that even though it's changing so quickly right now, with the advent of AI, and I see that very closely in where I'm working, we will look back in the future on this day and realize that the world has never changed as slowly again, because the pace of change is going to be so quick as we move forward. So people will have to keep developing, and you'll keep having to develop your skills going forward, but what won't change is values. It's, as my granny would say, it's not what you know, it's how you use it. And I think that's going to be something that you'll probably carry with you into the future. It's where you're going to get that information, do you trust that information, and how are you going to use it into the future? That's going to be the key. As I think we've seen over many decades, having more and faster information doesn't necessarily make a better society. It doesn't necessarily make a better community, but what you do with it, that does make a difference. So graduates, as you receive your parchment today, I know you will proudly reflect that all your hard work has been worthwhile. I want to wish you continued success in all aspects of your lives, both personal and professional. And remember, from today, you're a valued member of the DCU Alumni, which is over 100,000. And as I said, I graduated from here in 1989. The people I was friends with are still my friends, my best friends. And the DCU has certainly shaped my life since then. It's a very, very special place, and I'm sure you'll realize that more and more once you move on and move out of here. So please keep in touch. This is a community of learning, but as I've said earlier, it's also a community of values. As you leave today, I know you will stay true to those values and to our university mission to transform lives and societies. Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor. Candidates from the DCU Business School will now be presented by the Interim Executive Dean, Professor Theo Lynn.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Business Analytics. Tolu Akintayo. If you hold your applause, we'll give a round at the end, okay? Declan Burke. James Byrne. Amir Costello. Justin Egan. Edmundo Fernandez. Well done, baby! Robert Kiley. Ray Murphy. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Human Resource Management. Sneha Emmanuel. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Finance. Nidal Paul Bijou. Ashwin Kumar Mahesh Kumar. Sai Preeti Mutharamaya. Shruti Shashikant Yatam. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Finance. Sneha Ajimon. Binil Prayan Anthony. Roshan Anthony. Nikhil. Anumal Babu. Manoranjan Balakrishnan. Vipul Balian. Soundarya Bandari. Harshita Bairedi. Sunyukta Chachad. Mahadev Kempaksharal Savadesh. Sri Harsha Chinta. Purva Dilip Chowdhury. Devarsh Vinay Kumar Desai. Zaria Xavier Fernandez. Anup Keshav Gajivai. Rupan Chakravarti Ganapati. Udit Ganglani. Sia Kaur Gildas. Divyashri Giridharan. Ayush Gulia. Stephanie Sarah Anyango Gumbo. Indeed. Vikas Gupta. Rizvana Hamid. Vinayuk Hand. Sangeeta Hariraman. Chirag Yoganand Hegde. Harshrajsin Ni Mission Jadeja. Ritushri Jagan. Aliyah Jairo. Aditya Jaiswal. Joan Matthew Johnson. Ameya Mangesh Kavalakar. Sahaya Princeland Geisha Kevin Michael. Mohammed Abdul Qadar. Moon Moon Kai. Haran Kishore. Anjana Prasanna Kumar. Yeswant Yuva Kumar. Varshini Kutwan Venkataram. Deepa Lakshman. Jenny Liang. Jingchen Liu. Hansel Lobo. Sonika Mahendran. Shantanu Mandal. Christina Matthew. Suraj Jaising Mahetra. Nikita Mohan. Preeti Nagaraju. Swaroop Naik Vivek. Kaushik Sharma Narayana Murthy. Saul O'Carroll. Fiach O'Toole. Manisha Surendra Pandey. Vinayak Nitin Parmar. Asmita Jennifer Pinto. Namita Poriana Shankar. Pragniya Surya Prakash. Shuvam Raj. Muskan Payal Rajput. Venkatesh Raju. Hemant Ramesh. Clifton John Rodriguez. Amu Sam. Karthik Reddy Samala. Farsha Sri Sambale. Siva Ranjani Sankar. Hari Krishnan Santoslayai. MD Nawa Sarif. Gitika Sri Lakshmi Siram. Mulav Samir Shah. Priyansh Amit Shah. Ashwin Shanvag. Sweta Shankar Ganesh Murthy. Priya Sharma. Suhasini Satish Shegle. Adar Singh. Manundeep Singh. Megha Sarohi. Sai Krishna Sitakari. Rohit Sivasikaram. Kirtana Subramani. Suruvi Sundar. Ansel Sunny. Shivang Thakur. Sebin Thomas. Nagaraksha Tipsi Shakti Nagaraj. Sai Krishna Tirumala. Alma Titi. Aishwarya Uchil. Jessica Helen Vincent. Dinuk Kubika Tamil Warnakula Surya. Shruti Vijay Yadav. Moksha Yadav Raghavendra. Rajaswari Yagna Narayanan. Uma Arti Yaramara Reddy. Suraj Ulhas Yolande. Kine Su Yin. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Financial Technology and Innovation. Bola Adegoke. Bing Wong. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Management Business. Sridev Anil Kumar. Aditya Singh. Babita Singh. Manvendra Pratap Singh. Vishnu Vijay Akumar. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Management Business. Veera Venkata Sri Sai Manoj Amajala. Amal Anil Kumar. Dominic George Augustine. Kashitri Shashikant Vilare. Piyush Bisht. Rushikesh Sunjeev Bodke. Faisal Sultan Musa Buran. Apurv Gangrade. Priyanshu Golakar. Jashuva George. Archit Gupta. Renu Gupta. Piyush Rajendra Jain. Megunasai Jutiga. Faizan Khan. Uday Kumar Reddy Kondakindi. Azarudin Munchena Huli Nizar. Lakshmi Monikunton Nir. Sri Lakshmi Manoj. Shreyunsh Mota. Pratik Nankumar Patil. Sai Kirtan Rao Panagunti. Harini Ramesh. Mohammed Anas Rehman. Anusha Rodriguez. Sohail. Saurav Sanjay Sajun. Zaid Utik Sheikh. Hatay Karn Sorn Kayu. Abata Tanapal. Alan Matthew Vogies. Palak Verma. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Management Strategy. Kaif Ahmed Mohammed. Jaimini Vadrashvai Solanki. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Management Strategy. Anvita Anand. Dimple Booth. Sukshi Kaushikvai Vavzar. Paramita Bayapari. Ruby Bell Fitzpatrick. Ujatu Shatru Ilangovan. Persis Sushitru Isaac. Jewel John Jacob. Prajwal Junya. Sujita Anushka Kadasi. Samyukta Kondredi. Priscilla Lingala. Saniyambanu Akivai Mansuri. Muskan Miglani. Saloni Deepak Mushra. Subrita Nimishakavi. Sunja Polani. Vishal Pandey. Dia Fatima Pandi Kashal El Riyaz. Makshagna Teja Pili. Pragya Prukar. Shirag Sharnagut. Avinav Shroti. Muhammad Ali Siddiqui. Muhammad Arib Saeed. Isha Tanwar. Shitronad Pradeep Yalupu. Kunvaljit Singh Parmijit Singh Zagadai. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Management, Insights and Innovation. Caitlin Clausen. Ellen Cleary. Kevin Coakley. Claire Finnegan. Colin Hession. Katie McNellis.
Mohammed Suhail Aluri. Marui Osali. Danraj Bevinahali Mahesh. Sri Ranjan Bhaskaran. Shruti Biju Nair. Sarah Byrne. Orko Chatteri. Liam Connolly. Harsh Mayank Dabi. Pavan Kumar Desai. Lauren Dwyer. Andrei Golovanov. Matthew Ponjar. Hamdan bin Abdul Rahman. Marks Jalishevs. Amkar Kamlakar Joshi. Zohar Ali Kiani. Katarina Kyo. Ritu Kodahali Malikar Junea. Wen Chong Li. Sean Lyons. Pratyusha Murali Mohan Raju. Shaishuv Deepesh Kumar Parekh. Neil Nitin Rajudesh. Clavin Raleigh. Impenna Ravishankar. Jeshwin Leo Sabu. Basil Saji. Praveen Solendri. Arun Vijay Sabbat. Ghassan Subait. Sandra Sunny. Varsha Surendran Kumari Shija. Karthik Reddy Vunta. Nirmal Vincent Kaimaturuti. Rohan Redeshiam Vishwakarma. Kira Walsh. Andrew Whelan. Andre Gero. And Montung Ju. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Graduate Certificate in Energy Systems Decarbonisation, Ian Jackson. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Computing. Jay Suratwala. And James Usher. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Master of Engineering in Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering. Sai Avinash Chamarti. Andrew Coleman. Edwin Davis. Henel Emmanuel. Joshua Garrity. Shane Gormley. Shahryar Imtiaz Khan. Pritam Hanumant Kilare. Daria Kolesnik. Rajat Charu Detta Lumuye. Tejas married the son. Alec McMahon. Ergang Min. Jonathan Morrow. Musab Mohammed Abdullah. Fahil Nadeem. Arjun Pukoto P. Anil. Therese Ryan. Lorcan Sheridan. Baruth Sindhu Babu. Anish Tungirala. Aditya Venud. Sudamo Prashant Wagamare. And Tsung Yang. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Master of Arts in Data Protection and Privacy, Law and Computing. Ofure Oman Ofesume. Julia Jeskati. Onurjan Chetta. Anna Charalamidi. Ruan Fallon Verbruggen. Alex Holmes. Ahmet Kuchuk. Tommy Lindberg. Olga Mitropoulou. Joan O'Connell. Garrett O'Leary. Oluwamoroti Olabintan. Ana Beatriz Silva Dantas. Daniel Woolley. And Angel Wilson. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Master of Science in Electronic and Computer Technology. Elias Amir. Maria Arul Benita Anthony George. Priyanka Bomasetti. Pranay Manikata Budema. Iwagwosa Atiea. Sairam Reddy Ganta. Victor Gonzalez. Sai Kaushik Jutu. Naveen Prasad Kanakaraj. Manoj Balakrishnan Konar, Naveen Kumar Kondoju, Sairam Gaud Kaukuntla, Shivasai Danush Munda, Chandan Nagabhushan, Utej Paladugu, Miga Pandey, Ravi Peddy, Dijo Puratur Joseph, Gopal Nayuk Ramavat, Devon Sandela, Sohana Shankaruligam Sylvie, Srushti Shivakumar, Vignesh Shivaprukasham, Mugesh Tanikolon, Balasivar Kumar Yemeneni, so applause for all of those. Could we have a big round of applause for all the Faculty of Engineering and Computing?
Thank you, Jennifer. Candidates from the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences will now be presented by the Executive Dean, Professor Derek Hand.
President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Ethics, Sinead Riley. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Ethics, Corporate Responsibility. Linda Curran, Cecilia Fourie, Paula Murphy, and Ciara O'Connor. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Choral Studies. Germaine Carlos, Jean Coleman, James Cook, Donal Dignam, David Glavin, Fidelma Nugent, and Patrick O'Byrne. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Theology and World Religions. Anna Maria Durkin, Hilary Etomike. Zoe Ferrari. Karen Kirwan. Ellen Maher. Dermot Murphy. Louise Murphy. And Fergus Stewart. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Translation Studies. Karen Burnett. Shane Doherty. Zoe Fitzsimmons. Claire Holton. Emma Meldee. Owen McBain. Aoife McDonough. Astereos Menos. Sarah Rahajason. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Translation Technology. Mehmet Emin Kaya. Isis Beatriz Lopez Guerrero. Sylvia Masala. Elisa Vegano. Yu Wu. And Danton Zhang.
Anish tá áthas aring fáilte chuirh céimethe bhfuil céimena taide le brana orthu. We're very pleased now to welcome our graduates for research degrees. Each candidate has pursued their degree through research and has fulfilled the requirements laid down by the Academic Council of the University. Professor Theo Lynn represents the candidates from the Business School, Professor Jennifer Bruton, those from the Faculty of Engineering and Computing for postgraduate degrees by research.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the DCU Business School. For a thesis entitled Corruption, Accounting and Investment, Sheita Al-Salam. For a thesis entitled Ethnic Minority Leaders and the Glass Cliff, the Influence of Context and Categorization on Precarious Leadership Appointments, Sean Dempsey. For a thesis entitled Emancipatory Potential of Female Digital Entrepreneurship in the Sri Lankan Context, Atukora Lage Erosha Sanjiwani Pereira.
President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Master of Engineering by Research programme in the School of Mechanical and Manufacturing Engineering, Sevda Sabernia. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Computing. For a thesis entitled Mixed Initiative Conversational Search Systems for Lifelog Information Retrieval, Naushad Alam. For a thesis entitled From Traditional BCIs to Real-World Applications Towards Noise-Resilient Brain-Computer Interfaces, Mohammed Hassan Aves. For a thesis entitled Fairness of Artificial Intelligence in Predicting Recidivism Risk and Beyond, Michael Mayawa Farayola. For a thesis entitled Predicting Gestational Diabetes Mellitus from Routine Collected Data in Electronic Health Records, Mark Germain. For a thesis entitled Hypergraph Representation Learning for Efficient Recommender Systems Towards Better Performance at Lower Computational Cost, Tendai Mukande. For a thesis entitled Europa, a machine-readable approach to the record of processing activities for GDPR compliance, Paul Ryan. For a thesis entitled Explainable Machine Learning for Knowledge Discovery in Environmental Science, Adam Stapleton. For a thesis entitled Exploring the Holistic Impact of Adaptive Formative Assessment for Novice Programmers, Jagadishwaran Thanaraj. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Electronic Engineering for a thesis entitled Self-Powered Sustainable E-Textiles for Wearable Devices in the Internet of Things, Sanjay Diawan Gunawardana Kanasuriya Ragalage.
And I understand we have one last candidate, and perhaps Derek Hand would present the candidate to the President.
Apologies. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Master of Arts in Translation Studies, Laura Murphy. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Finance. Nikhil Aluwale. Adi Sankaram. Aparna Sri Vendakachalam. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Management Strategy, Juraj Vats. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Master of Science in Electronic and Computer Technology, Saiteja Botla.
Congratulations to all our candidates. As you are DCU graduates now, it's appropriate that I introduce to you our Director of DCU Alumni Relations, Ross Munnelly.
Good afternoon. Congratulations on crossing the stage here at the Helix. It is a truly wonderful occasion and celebration. So now that you have received your parchments, it is a great honour to address you as DCU graduates. Today is a special day, not just because of your academic achievements, but because you are now members of our global alumni community of over 120,000 DCU graduates. When we talk to our graduates, they tell us that this community, your new community, is a hugely important support network for them on a personal and professional level. It's a network that spans many different career sectors and all corners of the globe. Our aim at the Alumni Relations Office is to help you to stay connected with your fellow graduates and with the university throughout your career and beyond. It is a supportive relationship that allows you to benefit from our networking and alumni events and to engage with our award-winning Emerging Leaders programme. We also offer opportunities for graduates to play a role in DCU's transformative student experience by getting involved with our student mentorship and volunteering programmes. We support a growing number of international DCU alumni chapters, including London, Boston, New York, Paris, and many more. We look forward to welcoming you back to campus for your class reunions in the years ahead. So today, you will continue your lifelong journey with DCU. Please keep in touch. Our door is always open. I mentioned the importance of our global network of alumni. So let's hear from some of them now about what being a DCU graduate means to them.
Today marks not an end,
but the beginning of a lifelong supportive relationship.
As you step through the doors of DCU,
you are stepping into a new world.
A world of opportunity.
A world of hope and aspiration.
A world of new and exciting adventures.
And it is not a journey you will be walking alone.
We have shared experience.
We have walked these same halls,
danced on the same stage,
and donned the same caps and gowns.
We are innovators,
industry leaders,
and professionals across continents
and across countless disciplines and careers.
We are inventors,
creators,
educators,
and storytellers.
We provide a platform for the next generation
and help to transform society at home
and abroad.
So, as you step across that stage today,
you are stepping into a community.
Your community.
Led by fellow graduates
with a global network of support.
A community of friends,
colleagues, and supporters,
shaping the world around us.
We are DCU alumni.
This is your network. and now is your time to join us.
Anish, Turi Guptaran Ulskul Kahar Balaach Lia and Thulav Dara Kyo a Aishk. The President of Dublin City University, Professor Dara Kyo, will now make his address.
Thank you, Lisa. I'd just like to reiterate the Chancellor's welcome for everybody earlier on, our distinguished guests, our ladies and gentlemen, your parents, yourselves, our graduates most importantly. And I'd also like to give a shout out to those of you who are joining us on the web from all far parts of the world. You're very welcome to the Helix this afternoon. The Chancellor, in his few words at the outset, spoke about the disappointment that we all felt last night watching the game in Prague. The disappointment of having our dreams kind of shattered in a short kind of shootout at the end. There's a saying that goes that success has many mothers, but failure is an orphan. And there's a danger that on a day like today that we forget all that the boys in green have contributed throughout this campaign. It's important that we kind of recognise them. I'm thinking of Troy Parrott, for instance, who was an averaged player who brought great spirit and developed his game. It's not just about the hat-trick, but it's about that spirit. It's that determination to keep going to the very end. Little did he think 2 years ago that there'd be parrots, blow-up parrots festooned all around Prague last night. And I'm thinking too of our friend Caoimhín Kelleher, who again stopped the mighty Ronaldo, CR7 himself, from scoring a penalty in front of his home crowd in Lisbon. So folks, let's hear it this afternoon for the boys in green and their efforts. I'll say nothing about the Dubs. I'm glad that, of course, Manchester United have found our level, and I'm also very happy that Liverpool, you found your level too. But today is a celebration of success, and today is the day that we get to celebrate the purpose of the university, kind of your graduation, to see our students flourish and triumph, and to be here with us this afternoon. It's an emotional occasion for us, and you can see that from this perspective. You can see it in the style, but in the bright eyes, the broad smiles, and the high heels that manage to levitate across the stage while keeping their hats on, accept the parchment, shake hands and wink all at the same time. There's a line in the anthem that we'll hear in a few minutes of the university that speaks of the thread of destiny. It's a wonderful poem, and the anthem is very stirring, but it suggests a kind of inevitability about this point. There's nothing inevitable about, first of all, going to university, and secondly, graduating. As graduate students, you know more than anybody just how complicated that is, that the sacrifices necessary to stay on for graduate studies, the absences from home, the taking all of this on top of work. So you deserve a great round of applause for your achievement. So can I call on you to give yourselves a massive round of applause? I'm also very conscious of that silly notion that study is a solitary pursuit, that it's something that you do yourselves. But study is the ultimate team sport. And you wouldn't have made it today without the support of your backroom team. And I'm thinking about your parents, your guardians, your partners, your family, your friends, and proud children in many cases. That these are the people who supported you to get here. They're the people who loved you. They're the people who listened to you. And they're the people who put up with the absences, whether it was in study or that mental absence, even when you're in their company. So our graduates, can I ask you please to give a massive round of applause for the people who supported you. I'm conscious too that for families that I met, several families kind of coming in, that today is tinged with sadness when we think about people who should be with us and aren't. So can we pause just for a moment to remember absent friends? I'd like, on your behalf as well, to thank our staff, the staff of the university, both the academics and the professional staff who made your success, who supported you throughout your journey here. That this is a special day for them almost as much as it is for yourselves. I'd also like to thank everybody who worked to make today such a wonderful occasion. I'd especially like to call out our colleague Liam Horan. Where's Liam, the MC? That this, stand up there Liam, give them a look at you. That this is Liam's last graduation. Liam will be retiring in September, but he has kept us on the straight and narrow for years. So thank you very much, Liam. I was delighted to see a number of staff graduating this afternoon. I saw Elias Amro cross in front of us, Joan O'Connell, I saw Sean Dempsey as well. Their presence is a reflection of that kind of drive for renewal amongst our staff, but also as a quality assurance measure that their presence in the class. So I'm proud of them. You can be proud to be graduates of DCU, that DCU has risen in so many regards in recent years. The rankings are flawed metrics. Everybody knows that. They present just a partial indication of the success of a university. But that said, I'll take them when they're going. And between ourselves, they're going our way kind of currently. This year in the Times Higher Education Global Rankings of 25,000 universities in the world, we came in just above 300 in the world, which is an enormous achievement and a great reflection on yourselves. That same global ranking in terms of research, looking at the Irish universities, put DCU number one in terms of the impact and quality of our research. The university presidents meet regularly, but when that metric came out, there wasn't a whisper of it around our table. Now, just between ourselves, one of the things that contribute to those rankings is the quality and impact of our graduates. So I'm appealing to you, please, do not ruin that for us. Okay, let's keep the party going. And that's important to us, because while we're proud of all those achievements, we take our greatest pride in yourselves as graduates. That just as the mission of the university is driven here, its real impact is outside. It's through yourselves as graduates, wherever you find yourself, either here in Ireland or across the world. Today's graduates, you know it yourself, you graduate from here in extraordinary times, as the Chancellor said at the outset. That when you look at the world, when you look at the chaos surrounding us, you could not make it up. You couldn't have even imagined a month ago the mess that the world would be in today. And there's a famous phrase, a proverb that says something like, "May you live in interesting times." Now, for some, of course, that's considered a blessing, but in other parts, it's described as the Chinese curse. May you live in interesting times. And there's no doubt that we are living in interesting times, whether it's wars, or famine, or climate change, whether it's health or housing here at home, whether it's migration, whether it's the impact of social media, or whether it's all the uncertainty that artificial intelligence has thrown on top of us. And none of these, of course, are abstract concepts, and all of them have real impact on the lives of people right across Ireland and beyond. This week we had an event for graduates where one of our honorary graduates, John Saunders, spoke about leadership, about opportunity, about the kind of behaviours we expect our graduates to model in life. And one of the points that he made really strongly in that was the rise in anxiety in the world. Right across, and in our own families, even within my own, most families are conscious about anxiety and the impact that that has had on our young people in particular. We often talk about DCU as a place-based university, and I think there's something of the kind of antidote for that anxiety and that nervousness about the world to be found there. And it's not just that this university is physically here. It's not that we're a red dot in Google here in Glasnevin. But it's our history, it's our location on the north side, it's all of those things that has given the university its character, and it gives me confidence, those coming together, confidence that you will thrive. And I'm a historian. There's always a danger with historians that when we get a mic in front of us, we revert to type. But if you look at the context in which DCU was established, that this university was established at one of the bleakest periods in Irish history. It's hard for people to remember, but in the 1970s and 80s, unemployment in Ireland was as high as 20% and above. Inflation wasn't far behind. There was inward migration because there was nothing happening anywhere else. And 30% of our population were employed in the public sector. Things were bleak. And it's that fact that led to the establishment of DCU. That DCU was established precisely because things were so bleak. And when we admitted our first 200 students here in 1980, we believed that education would provide the graduates with opportunities that they could never have imagined. That an education would provide them with personal resources and with the resilience to escape that stalemate that Bono and the boys were singing about in Calderwood Road. And it wasn't just an education, any kind of education. It was a special type of education. It was education based on engagement. It was education based on a sense of duty. It was a belief that education wouldn't merely equip students to survive, but it would enable them to thrive. It wouldn't just enable them to take the challenges that life threw at them, but enable them to shape their opportunities and to transform lives and societies around them. In his introduction, the Chancellor quoted his granny, where the granny said that it's not what you know, but what you do with it that matters. I'm thinking too of the American academic and podcaster Brené Brown, and she said, what you know matters, but who you are matters even more. The parchment that you've received today it's almost like a receipt. It's a declaration and it's a certificate of your academic achievement. But it's much more than that. Hopefully that captures something of the character, something of the DNA, DCU DNA in you that will rev you up and send you out there better. As graduate students, I hope that your studies here have helped you to up your game and to perform better at higher, at more ambitious levels within your field. I hope that your studies have enabled you to be the type of person that will thrive, that DCU person, energetic, empathetic, technically skilled, team players, and most importantly, individuals, team players who are devoid of the most destructive of attitudes, entitlement on the one hand and complacency on the other. Now, we do live in interesting times, certainly, but whether that turns out to be a blessing in terms of opportunity or a curse depends on your determination and your disposition. So I hope that you leave here today with new friends and friends for life, but I hope too that you'll be self-starters and you'll possess what they call the beginner's mind, that attitude of openness, eagerness and curiosity, attitudes that will carry you not just to infinity and beyond, but beyond your wildest dreams. Congratulations.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now coming to the end of the ceremony, which I hope has been enjoyable and memorable. The formal proceedings will close with the academic procession, and when this begins, I would ask those who can to stand and remain standing until his left. Sin deir le seamarnas chogarm na hallscoile seo. Tá mí dom buich as ucht vor bheithe láthair linn. The convocation of the university is hereby concluded. Thank you so much for being with us, and I hope you will all now join academics and graduates for refreshments and really enjoy the rest of this very special day.
Servus, servus, Jungter, Ruf ist a córdia, bhálum mar son the Hulskull, fáilte a Corov Galéir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Martin Maloney, and together with my colleague Francis Murphy, we will be your Masters of Ceremony for today's convocation. On behalf of the University, I welcome you all to today's convocation at Dublin City University, which will begin in just a moment. You will have received a booklet that gives the order of today's ceremony, and we hope you will take this booklet away with you as a souvenir of what is both an important and enjoyable occasion, obviously for the graduates, for their families and friends, but also for all the staff of the University. Today we celebrate the achievement of every single graduate of the University. However, we realise that applauding as each graduate is presented to the President can be a little tiring. So, could I suggest that we wait until the end of each group of graduating students before showing our appreciation with applause? So please do resist the temptation, strong as it might be, to start applauding for individual students. And in the event that it's a very large class, we will prompt you to stop and we'll get you to show your appreciation then. In the unlikely event of an emergency evacuation of the building, could I ask you to now take note of the nearest emergency exit to you, bearing in mind that it might not be the way in which you came in, or indeed it might be behind you. If there is such an emergency evacuation, please follow the instructions of the stewards and assemble at the assembly area at the front of the Helix. Now, we know that everyone wants to get a photograph of the big moment, and that's great, but I would ask you to remain seated and not to block the aisles when you are taking photographs. I'd also like to ask everyone to remain in the Mahoney Hall until the ceremony has been completed. Both graduating students and our guests, please stay there because we'll have an academic procession at the end when we leave, after which you're very welcome to join us for refreshments outside. But please wait in the hall until the entire ceremony is finished. Now, could I ask you to take out your mobile phone, put it on silent, but as well as that, turn down the volume, because these things have a ghost-like habit of coming back on. And I have to say, a couple of years ago, my phone rang here during the President's speech. And the only reason I'm still here is he still thinks there was someone sitting beside me. But please do, they're very distracting. And just turn down the volume as well as the silent thing. That way you can take your photographs and do everything and it won't interrupt. We really do hope that you enjoy today's celebration, as we will too. During the academic procession, the anthem will be played, and it'll be accompanied by Irish Sign Language interpretation from DCU's Sen and Dun. So could I ask those of you who are able to do so to please stand for the academic procession.
A Chancellor, a Uachtarán na Chulscoile, Scolari na Chulscoile, a Chéimethe is a Chorda Galéir. Bawad lum, fáilte anavór a chur roimh, chuig an go-garm seo, chun céimeanna agus dúiseanna ollscoil chothair bhaile clia a bhrunna. Chancellor, President, academic colleagues, graduates, honoured guests. My name is Professor Sharon O'Brien, Dean of Graduate Studies, and I would like to welcome you all to today's convocation of Dublin City University to present degrees and awards. The Universities Act 1997 vests in DCU the statutory power to grant academic awards which are recognised nationally and internationally. In seeking to maintain our high standards of academic quality, we require students to demonstrate to Academic Council that they have satisfactorily reached those standards before the university will confer an award on them. Ladies and gentlemen, these people who will be presented to the President today have attained high standards of academic performance and are worthy recipients of our degrees, certificates, and diplomas. This ceremony has two functions. The first is the formal presentation of graduates for degrees and awards. The Executive Dean of Faculty will present each graduate to the President, and the chairperson of their programme board will formally bear witness and congratulate the new graduate on behalf of the board. The second function is less solemn and concerns the celebration of a period in the life of the graduate here at DCU where, I hope, they had some fun and made good friends at the same time as achieving this wonderful academic success. Anish, Bawalum Nadini Ella Ansha Kurwar Loher. I would like to introduce you to my colleagues who will be involved in this ceremony. To the rear are academics, guests, members of Academic Council, members of Alumni Council, and members of the governing authority. To the front are Cathal Marley, Chancellor of DCU, Professor Dara Kyo, President of DCU, and Niamh McMahon, Student Awards Manager. To your left are the Executive Deans of the faculties of the university or their representatives, the Vice President for Research, and the Dean of Teaching and Learning. To your right are the Associate Deans for Research and the chairpersons and academic coordinators who direct the programs from which graduates are being presented this afternoon. Today, we are delighted to welcome graduates of taught and research programs from the DCU Institute of Education and the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, including for the first time graduates from the degree of Master of Arts in Documentary Practice. Tá áthas manis Cathal Marley, Chancellor na Chulscoile agus Cathaoirleach Coiste Ceannais na Chulscoile a chur in Aithne Díobh. I have great pleasure in introducing Cathal Marley, Chancellor of the University and Chairperson of the Governing Authority.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we've saved the best group to last. Flattery will get me everywhere, I think, at this time of the evening. Listen, you're very welcome, and you've overcome your first challenges of getting through the Dublin traffic on a Friday Easter weekend, so well done on that. It's a great pleasure for me, President, colleagues, graduates, and your families and friends, partners, to welcome you here today. And on behalf of the University's Governing Authority, I'm delighted to welcome you on this very special occasion. I suppose as the day's gone on, the disappointment of last night has probably receded. I think the guys this morning were still carrying that disappointment with them. But in terms of a country, I actually worked in the Czech Republic when it became a separate country in 1993. And it is a beautiful country, and they're lovely people. But last night, I didn't think that, because I got a lot of texts and a lot of WhatsApps. I have many friends still over there since then, and they weren't slow to contact me last night and this morning. So, but they're still a nice people. These days, there's enormous pride in these days, and sometimes when they come along, I think as graduates or graduates yourselves, you kind of take them for granted because you've been in the university and you've been working up to this point. But it's important to take a step back and reflect. And it is important for yourselves, but it's also important for your families and all the work that they have done to get you to this point. And it does take a village, as they say, to get this type of success. So congratulations and well done. And I know the university staff, I actually graduated from the newly, it was NIHE, but I graduated from the new university, DCU. I was probably one of the first graduates from DCU. And at that time, the thing I noticed was just the quality of the professional staff and the academic staff at DCU, and that has not changed. And they're all up here today, and they're so proud of the achievement that you've made. And I'm sure they've had, the one thing that I also noticed, they knew everybody's name. They knew where you were coming from, your strengths, your weaknesses, the challenges that you faced. And they take great pride in your success. And I'd like to thank, on behalf of the governing authority, I'd just like to thank the staff of the university. I think they've done a fantastic job. And maybe just give them a round of applause. So we're here today to recognise your academic achievement, and that has been excellent. But we're also like to recognise the impact you've had on and the wider contribution you've made to DCU, to the DCU community, to the university, to the people you've studied with, to your friends, and that's really important. You definitely have made a mark and you've made an impact. And I suppose that's probably the thing that's going to be most important from your time in university. You'll carry your academics with you, but I think it's that commitment to make a positive contribution to the lives of others and to society going forward. That is the mission of DCU, and it's something we'd like everybody who graduates to carry forward. And I certainly, from my own perspective, it's certainly something that's, as you graduate, you don't really think about it, but as you move on in life and you work in life, you do see the impact that DCU has had on you and the values it's given you in terms of contributing to wider society. And there's no denying that it's a very, very complex world at the moment. There's a lot happening, and it's changing very rapidly. And I suppose the world has never changed as quickly as it is now, but in the job I have, we do look at AI quickly, and even though it's changing very quickly now, I think there's a realization that when we look back to this moment, we'll probably accept that it's never changed. It will never change as slowly again, because the rate and pace of change is so very fast. And I suppose, what do you do when things are changing very, very quickly? Because more information doesn't necessarily make a better society or better communities, but how you use that information does. So I think it's the values, and I'll keep going back to the values. The values are key. Know where you're getting the information from, know why you're using it. And I'll quote my granny, because she was a very wise woman. She said, it's not what you know, it's how you use it that matters. And I think that old saying of hers sits very comfortably with us at this moment of rapid change in the world. So, graduates, as you receive your parchment today, I know you will proudly reflect on all the hard work and all the commitment both from yourselves and your families. And I wish you continued success in all aspects of your personal and professional lives. And remember that you are a valued member of the DCU alumni from this moment, and we have more than 100,000 graduates worldwide. And I think this is a very special place, and that's the one thing I have got since I graduated in 1989. I still have those same friends that I had then, and we think very fondly of DCU and what it's giving to us, and it definitely has shaped my life going forward. So keep in touch and carry those values with you. This is a community of learning, but as I mentioned already, it is also a community of values. And as you leave today, I know you'll be true to those values and to the university's mission to transform lives and societies. Thank you.
Candidates from the DCU Institute of Education will now be presented to the Interim Executive Dean, Dr. Anna Logan.
President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Professional Certificate in Inclusive and Special Education, Miriam O'Shea. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Guidance Counselling. Claire Adams. Kathleen Burke. There's quite a few, so we'll reserve our applause till the end. Gerard Charles. Aisling Clark. Lauren Dowling. Finn Dunleavy. Rianne Foley. Mark Gillen. Celine Gregory. Keith Kenna. Kimberly King. Margaret Kinsella. Hannah Malone. Marina McCabe. Niamh McCall. Lorna Murphy. Roseanne O'Callaghan. Aisling O'Neill. Jacqueline Timmons. And we'll give them a big round of applause. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in Social, Personal and Health Education, Relationships and Sexuality Education. Kim Ashari. Aisha Barrow. Bridget Carley. Sheila Fahy. Aoife Farrell. Amy Farrelly. Michelle Flannery. Joan Gilmartin Donlan. Jessica Hederman. Niamh Lynch. Caitlin McDarby. Sinead McHale. Eve Murray. Paul Neary. Jennifer O'Connor. Cara O'Doherty. Aoife O'Rourke. Cleana O'Shaughnessy. Cathal Reid. Jane Roach. Louise Sullivan. Laura Sweetman.
Candidates from the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences will now be presented by the Executive Dean, Professor Derek Hand.
President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the graduate diploma in children's and young adult literature. Sutya Sneh Hita Urun Pillay. We can applaud. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Children's and Young Adult Literature. Unanya AJ, Rafael Amoroso de Castro, Sarah Calvert, Alexandra Cashman-Mackin, Kelly Marie Gilman, Rocio Laredo Herrera, Hazel Mason, Hazel Skinner, and Natalia Vasquez. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the graduate diploma in data protection and privacy, law and computing. Lucia de Loez Eros. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of European Master in Law, Data and Artificial Intelligence. Ricardo Altamirano Chedeneo. Manuel Barron Romero. Nawani Benavides. Sofia Diaz Gutierrez. Gabriel Dern. Konstantinos Galanakos. Alex Usman Jarju. Mustafa Jid. Carla Giron. Oscar Leva Verzuli. Renato Lima Lopez de Freitas. Victor Lopez Jurez. Gonzalo Loreo Alvarez. Rafika Melegeivova. Mim Arfat Manab. Andrea Marufo Aranda. Felipe Mendez. George Palomores. Lionel Puledo Cruz. Maria Eduarda Hayes J. Abukere Marena. Ana Fernanda Rodriguez Garduno. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in History. Amy Dennis. Anna Signet. And we can applaud. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in International Relations. Aman Kadar. Professor, that's me, sorry. It's been a long day. Anyway, President, you know, there's no problem. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in International Relations. Oluwatimileyin Alexander Aranciola. Muirin Boyd. Alejandro Cavazos Pampu. Chloe Conneely. Helena Coogan. Vasil Victor Dialdo. Quiva Flynn. Tara Ford. Vanessa Honzekova. Rory John Kelly. Oisin Larkin. Paulina Malyuzoknuk. Tiernan McCabe. Shane Mulryan. Niamh O'Callaghan. Paul O'Carroll. Jennifer Okoli, Shifra Pringle, Enya Ryan, Elvira Tasno, President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Graduate Diploma in International Security and Conflict Studies. Mercedes Lopez Inverato. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in International Security and Conflict Studies. Anna Francisca Branco. Julian Cedar. Michael Crawley. Ava Damon. Michael Deegan. Lisa Landy. Nathan Lowry. Elijah Mabanwini. Keith O'Donoghue. Francis Quinn. Esme Raziel. Camila Seelengarde. And Adam Smith. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Social Media Communications. Michael Curley. David Daly. Thorbjorg Egert Sjotir. Shrushti Sanjay Moore. Avantika Nayir. Sarah Salazar Fernandez. And Molly Steele. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Creative Writing. Maya Andre. Brianna Bittner. Mariana Coelho. Cassandra Ferguson. Rebecca Ferris. Julian Lance. Carl Lombard. Kyle Mulholland, Angela Mullen, Luke Murray, Anya O'Neill, Jane O'Rourke, Moira Palumbo, Fionn Redmond, Quiva Rudden, Sandra Story, Linda Tehan, Nicole Weaver, President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Documentary Practice. Simeon Bunmi Boris, David Coughlin, Ahash Man Dango, Paul Frey, Fiacre Galvin, Ana Gonzalez Zarura, Diana Lazar, Elizaveta Maslovaskia, Wahid Mohudin, Alex Murphy, Michael O'Neill, Joshua Perry, Oscar Pichel, Joseph Riley, and Joe Rooney. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Journalism. Anu, Dana Al-Qatan, Beatrice Antunes, Leisha Cruz, Sophie Finn, Ross Flanagan, Anya Gamel, Aoife Hargadon, Ruby Hegarty, Guetta Wende Ima, Josna Anna Joseph, Luke Martin, Roisin McManus, Katie Monks, Zuzana Palinikova, Camille Paulo, Esther Pico, Clara Saltner, Nikita Singh, Lauren Textor, Jenna Thompson, and Adam Van Ekeren. Arúchtarán, Ciaram Ilahar Nahiri Shulanas Iriglo Akeam Master Elon Elon Nagelga Avant Amok. Brian Charlton, Laura Conroy, Nessa Conroy, Shane MacDonald, Nora Murphy, and Hannah Sharkey. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Arts in Political Communication. Aaron Ima Bhattacharjee, David Fitzgerald, Catherine Galusha, Sophie Hanlon, Faye Harrington, Patrick Malloy, Priscilla Nagandu, Kolja Nunberg, Isabel Pergande, Danny Rose Shine, Elio Albert Simmons, President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Masters of Laws, LLM. Tracy Asemota, Chinmay Bardwaj, Killian Byrne, Lee Byrne, Annette Cleary, Emma Costigan, don't get me started, Ben Cunningham, Ashleen Duncan, Anna Duskova, Ella Gray, Divine Igohodorao, Joseph Koenig, David Lamb, Anastasia Lyons, Nicola McGuinness, Andrew McKenna, Evan McMahon, Venus Nabaguhu, Rachel O'Donovan, Daniel O'Sullivan, William James Oxley, Brooklyn Quinn, Lauren Smith, Seamus Smith, Delicia Getzi Sorrendale, Tara Swift, Clea Pearl Taboo, and Daush Yildiz. Augtron, Curum Ilahar, an Tier, Shuralanas, Eraigi Lay, an Came Master, Eloacta, Shabanistocht, August No, Digitoch, Avant Amok. Lauren Gormley. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Climate Change, Policy, Media and Society. Arun Bharadwaj Sundarajan. Emma Sheila Finn. Brian Foley. Giovanna Galvani. Alison Gilliland. Claire Holman. Enda McDonough. Kanmani Mutsasaranaraj Ravi Kumar. Quiva O'Donoghue. Shrushti Yogesh Patel. Finian Power. And Quiva Sweeney. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Emerging Media. Catherine Bauer. Declan Coles. Elian Anton Fernandez. Miguel Garcon Suarez. Yingying Jiang. Anaya Kumar. Tom Malloy. Melaur Jane Paidad. Dominika Scareshat. And Emer Smith. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Public Policy. Katrina Barbovazova. Grania Konichi. Thomas Creamer. Anya Daly. Lee Deverell. Shabail Devely. Brian Diskin. Alana Drumgool. Suzanne Fallon. Rowan Flynn. Elaine Hines. Una Keneally. Nishtha Canond. Shailene McGovern. Patrick Moore. Eva Nikiter. Franklin Nagaipi. Eva O'Callaghan. Sarah O'Neill. Jack O'Toole. Niamh Quinn. Sive Quinn. Janet Kepkoch Rotich. Shane Sargent. Sharanya Shuresh. And Damien Ward. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Public Relations and Strategic Communications. Andrea Ajaye. Gareth Breslin. Peter Henry Campbell Scully. Hartley Corsi. Alessia De Rosa. Carson Dodd. Shannon Rebecca Fernandez. Shweta Gana Amodan. Erin Halloran. Laura Jenkins. Aka Large. Louise Maher. Deirdre McQueenie Russell. Elizabeth Murphy. Kieran Noble. Karen Louise O'Grady. Sive O'Lone. Dara Riley. Lauren Rhyme. Francesco Totaro.
Henry Campbell Scully again, please.
Oh, he's here. Okay. Yes. One extra on that degree, Master of Science in Public Relations and Strategic Communications, Peter Henry Campbell Scully. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the degree of Master of Science in Science and Health Communication. Rohit Ramchandra Akolakar. Claire Akunda. John Ferry. Niall Finnegan. Sinead Keane. Molly McCullen. Kieran McLaughlin. And Ella Phelan.
Tá áthas éireann inis fáilte chur raibh céimethe a bhfuil céimeanna taide le brunna orthu. We are now pleased to welcome our graduates for research degrees. Each candidate has pursued their degree through research and has fulfilled the requirements laid down by the Academic Council of the University. Dr. Anna Logan will present the candidates from the DCU Institute of Education, and Professor Derek Hand will present the candidates for the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences for postgraduate degrees by research.
President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Master of Arts programme through research in the School of Arts, Education and Movement. Georgia Goodall. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Master of Arts programme through research in the School of Inclusive and Special Education. Caroline McGrotty. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Master of Philosophy Education programme through research in the Institute of Education. Anne-Marie Lacey. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Education programme through research in the Institute of Education. For a thesis entitled My Teach VR, a novel virtual reality classroom for developing pre-service teacher communication skills, Patrick Boylan. For a thesis entitled A Case Study of the Perceptions of Staff within the Office of the Revenue Commissioners in Ireland, regarding the factors that influenced their decision to adopt a new knowledge management system, NASC. Maura Corrie. For a thesis entitled Pillars of Belonging, Ethnic Minority, Socioeconomically Disadvantaged Students' Experiences of Belonging in Higher Education in Ireland, Karina Curley. For a thesis entitled Perceptions of Challenge-Based Learning Among Those Leading Its Implementation in ECIU Universities, Claire Gormley. For a thesis entitled Engineering Education 5.0, a qualitative case study on how accreditation in engineering programs at a higher education institution in Ireland prepares students for Industry 5.0. Louise O'Gorman. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Human Development. For a thesis entitled Building a Vision for Life Post-School, Views and Experiences of Students, Parents, Teachers and Principals of Post-School Transition Planning in Irish Special Schools, Leanne Connolly. For a thesis entitled A Whole School Community Approach to Mindfulness in a Primary School Setting, an Exploratory Mixed Methods Multi-Phase Case Study, Mary Glynn. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Language, Literacy and Early Childhood Education. For a thesis entitled Professional Development for Early Language Immersion Teachers in Estonia, Anna Golubeva. For a thesis entitled Scribbling Relational Stories, Disrupting Anti-Blackness and the Anthropocene in Early Childhood Education and Care, Linda Smith. President, I present the following candidate who has successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of STEM Education, Innovation and Global Studies. For a thesis entitled An Exploration of School-Based Lesson Study as a Means of Developing Primary Teachers' Orientations Towards the Teaching of Science, Mary Boyle.
President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Communications. For a thesis entitled User-Centred Design of an Educational Cyber Safety Application for Users with Intellectual Disability, Marion MacDonald. For a thesis entitled The Loss of Earth as a Stable Point of Reference, Communicating Climate Breakdown with Holocene-Anthropocene Blends, Luan Odlum Dean. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of English. For a thesis entitled From Representation to Interaction, Performing Nature Culture in Children's Visual Narratives, Mairead Jordan. For a thesis entitled There Was Never an Is Without a Where, Northern Italy and Venice in 4 20th Century Fictions, Letitia Nebot Denoville. Augtaron, Kirim Elahar Nahirti Sho Alanis Irigla and Clar Chaig Don Chaim Doctor Falskuntake Avantamach Le Fionter August Skull Negaelga. For a thesis entitled A Will Alara Ganok Diocht Neman Istar Negaelga August Roll Anum.ie in Alanu Skalta Ban Orla Hickey. For a thesis entitled On Scale a Instinct on the Instinct de Foglum August Chagas Nagelga on 3 Lara 3 Taya a Lucht Foglama August Chagish Aran Maeve Ni Shulan. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Law and Government. For a thesis entitled Europe's Collective Defence Systems, a legal and strategic analysis of the EU and NATO's mutual defence commitments in the age of renewed military threats, Federica Fazio. For a thesis entitled Implementation of Climate Action Measures at Irish Local Government Level, a Qualitative Inquiry, Maeve Howe. For a thesis entitled India's Response to Internal Armed Violence, Surrender and Rehabilitation in Mayost, India, Vidushi Kadishik. For a thesis entitled Remedial Judicial Discretion in Constitutional Review of Legislation, a Comparative Analysis, David Lawler. For a thesis entitled What Role Can and Do Non-State Justice Systems Play in Aiding or Impeding States in Fulfilling Their Obligations regarding women's access to justice under international human rights law, a case study of the Kyrgyz Republic, Leah O'Brien. President, I present the following candidates who have successfully completed the Doctor of Philosophy programme through research in the School of Theology, Philosophy and Music. For a thesis entitled Towards the New Transcendental Stylistic Trends in Contemporary American Choral Music with a case study on Eric Whittaker, Kevin Bushell. For a thesis entitled Choral Conductors' Understanding of the Relationship Between Language Reading and Music Reading in the Context of Children's Choirs, Yvonne Higgins Murphy. for a thesis entitled Ethics and Carbon Pricing, an Analysis of Stakeholder Rights and Interests, Jean Magnetti.
As graduates, it is appropriate that I now introduce you to our Director of DCU Alumni Relations, Ross Munnelly.
Good evening. Congratulations on crossing the stage here at the Helix. It is a truly wonderful occasion and celebration. So now that you have received your parchments, it's a great honour to address you as DCU graduates. Today is a special day, not just because of your academic achievements, but because you are now members of our global alumni community of over 120,000 DCU graduates. When we talk to our graduates, they tell us that this community, your new community, is a hugely important support network for them on a personal and professional level. It's a network that spans many different career sectors and all corners of the globe. Our aim at the Alumni Relations Office is to help you to stay connected with your fellow graduates and with the university throughout your career and beyond. It is a mutually supportive relationship that allows you to benefit from our networking and alumni events and to engage with our award-winning Emerging Leaders program. We also offer opportunities for graduates to play a role in DCU's transformative student experience by getting involved in our student mentorship and volunteering programs. We support a growing number of international DCU alumni chapters, including London, Boston, New York, Paris, and many more. We look forward to welcoming you back to campus for your class reunions in the years ahead. So today, you will continue your lifelong journey with DCU. Please keep in touch. Our door is always open. I mentioned the importance of our global network of alumni. So let's hear from some of them now about what being a DCU graduate means to them.
Today marks not an end,
but the beginning of a lifelong supportive relationship.
As you step through the doors of DCU,
you are stepping into a new world.
A world of opportunity.
A world of hope and aspiration.
A world of new and exciting adventures.
And it is not a journey you will be walking alone.
We have shared experience.
We have walked these same halls,
danced on the same stage,
and donned the same caps and gowns.
We are innovators,
industry leaders,
and professionals across continents
and across countless disciplines and careers.
We are inventors,
creators,
educators,
and storytellers.
We provide a platform for the next generation
and help to transform society at home
and abroad.
So, as you step across that stage today,
you are stepping into a community.
Your community.
Led by fellow graduates.
With a global network of support.
A community of friends,
colleagues,
and supporters.
Shaping the world around us.
We are DCU alumni.
This is your network, and now is your time to join us.
Anish Tori Uchtaran Olskol Charalia on Tullav Dara Kyo Ahishk. The President of Dublin City University, Professor Dara Kyo, will now make his address.
Thank you very much, Sharon. Just at the outset, I'd like just to echo the Chancellor's warm welcome at the outset. He rather indiscreetly described this as the best group of graduates of the university. I have no favourites either, but as somebody who spent my life in the history department and down the road in Coláiste to Drumcondra, I would have to agree with them that this is largely the best group in the university. He also spoke about last night and the disappointment in Prague when all those kind of Irish eyes were teary as a result of the disappointments. Our hearts were broken and shattered in that kind of shootout at the end. They say that success has many mothers, but that defeat is an orphan. And I think it's important today that we recognise the joy, I suppose, the frustration, but the engagement that the boys in green have brought us over this campaign. I'm thinking of somebody like Troy Parrott, like not just because of the hat-trick that amazed us all, but how through the years an average player, through dedication, through spirit, became a star with kind of parrots all over Prague today, and Irish people are probably sick as parrots today as well. But think about it, that spirit rather than skill, and I think that's something for ourselves. And then of course our own Caoimhín Kelleher. Last night wasn't his night, obviously, but think of the joy he gave us when he deprived Ronaldo, the mighty Ronaldo, CR7 himself, of the chance of scoring a penalty in front of his home crew. So let's give us a big kind of shout out for the boys in green. Thinking about disappointment, I'll say nothing about the Dubs. I'm delighted, of course, that Manchester United, we found our level again. And also, Liverpool people, I'm glad that you found your level again also. And today is about success. Today is about kind of celebrating your success. And it's also an opportunity for us to reflect, to think about, and to be happy about the purpose of the university, which is the graduation of our students. This is a bright day for us, a big day. It's full of emotion. The kind of the joy that was sparked when people came across the stage, just kind of spontaneous kind of howls of joy from different parts of the auditorium. And I was thinking about that kind of sparking joy, and it frightened me for a minute. I was thinking back to, remember Marie Kondo, the whole world was throwing out stuff that didn't spark joy. And my wife went through a phase of throwing out stuff that didn't spark joy. I was terrified I'd fall into that category myself, but thank God she's moved on to something else. But the anthem that we heard at the beginning, the poetry, there's a lovely sense of, it talks about the thread of destiny. And it implies, of course, that there's something, that you are destined to be here and to graduate from the university. But there's nothing inevitable about this. And the big thing, particularly for yourselves, and I'm always conscious of grad students, is that in many ways that you're here against the odds, that you've combined your study with busy day jobs. You know, you have a kind of a full routine, whether it's in schools or newsrooms or government departments or with Óglaigh na hÉireann or whatever. You're busy people, and yet you took that time out to perfect, I suppose, your skill and pursue your passions. You deserve a massive congratulations for that. And can I ask you, please, just to give yourselves a huge recognition for that achievement. Again, I think that you think about your support team, the people at home that made it possible for you. Okay, I know when you're doing postgraduate studies, you're totally preoccupied, but life goes on for your partners, for your parents, for your friends. And there's only so much they want to hear about Paulo Freire or about what's happening in the Balkans or about special needs. Think about that they've been with you through all of this, and they continue to love you, they kind of understand you, they talk to you, and they're here celebrating you today. So look, give your backroom team, your supporters, an even bigger round of applause. That's really positive, and that I can feel the affection there. And the only thing that will top that is when you pick up the tab at dinner tonight. Meeting friends and people coming in, I'm very conscious too that today's celebration is tinged with sadness for several families here. So we'll just pause for a second just to think about absent friends. I'd like on your behalf and on my behalf especially to thank the staff of the university, my wonderful colleagues, the academic staff arrayed in their finery behind us, to the professional staff, to everybody who devoted their energies and who sprung out of bed every day to bring you to this day. So a massive shout out for them. Well done. All the people who made today's possible, the events team, the registry, the alumni office, our staff of the Helix here, estates, volunteers, student ambassadors. Especially like to thank Niamh beside me. Niamh is a novice. This is her first outing, the first time the university has entrusted her with the parchments. And it looks simple to you, but sequencing those hundreds of parchments with the names and people in absentia, people coming up late, getting in the wrong place, and the way in which she shuffled those parchments. I know who I'm taking to Vegas with me next time. But congratulations to everyone who made today possible, and Niamh in particular. The thing is, when you're good at it, she'll be still doing this in 20 years' time. I'm delighted too to see so many staff pass across. I think I counted about 8 or 9 staff who graduated. I saw Hazel, Claire, I think I saw Patrick, Karina, Leanne, Yvonne was there, again in music. Letizia was there, and Juliana Edelman was in absentia. It's great that they're here. I think it's a reflection of the staff's passion for lifelong learning, practicing what they preach, improving their game, I suppose, for yourselves and for the students. But it's also a good quality assurance mechanism for the rest of us. So congratulations to my colleagues there. Sharon mentioned at the beginning about the new courses and the evolution of the courses. There's one in particular that she mentioned was the MA in documentary practice. They're very proud bunch. You can give yourselves a round of applause. Yeah, you can hear the programme chair Tom Burke purring from here. I must say that I was invited during the Dublin Film Festival. They had a screening of several of the documentaries that the students had made, and obviously I knew they were going to be good, but my God, the quality of them was extraordinary. And those short documentaries will be displayed on television and in different fora. So well done to that crew too. We're very proud of our achievements in the university. We're not smug. We're proud. There's an important difference. But the greatest pride we take is in yourselves, is in our graduates. Because the Chancellor has said it, and we keep repeating it, that the mission of the university is to transform lives and societies, to build our world, not as it is or as it was, but I suppose as it should be and as it could be. And if we look at the state of chaos in the world today, God knows we need it to be better. All of you are dedicated to that cause, and we're especially proud of you for that. The research topics in itself demonstrate the range of areas for improvement. There was one of them, mind you, was related to improvements in the revenue commissioners. I don't think we should have taken on that. We shouldn't have allowed dissertations like that. But look at areas like journalism, international relations, special needs. Like never ever have these studies been as important as they are today. And the Chancellor said too that we live in extraordinary times. The world is, as Sean O'Casey, that great Northsider, put it, in a state of chassis. But you couldn't make it up. You couldn't have even predicted a month ago the kind of world we'd be facing today. And there's that old proverb about may you live in interesting times. And of course for some that's about excitement, but for others describe it as the Chinese curse. may you live in interesting times. And whatever way you look at it, we are in interesting times, incredible, between wars, famine, climate change, closer to home, housing, health, the impact of social media, the kind of toxic response to migration, the uncertainty of artificial intelligence, for instance. All of that has massive consequences, that these aren't just abstract concepts, but these are changes and pressures that are impacting on the world around us. And it's hard not to become anxious in that world. It's hard not to become down and depressed about the future with that kind of constant barrage of negativity, with the endless news cycle. Listen to the same misery news all the time, which creates what some people have called this kind of headline stress disorder. Those of us who remember the downturn, remember the so-called downturn? We never thought we'd face a downturn again. And Joseph O'Connor, the author, he had a very nice piece that he wrote in the downturn. And he was talking about just how depressing Morning Ireland was. And Anya Lawler used to come on every day. And every news item was more depressing than the last. And he had this great story about kind of lying in bed, waking up, listening to this, and he just kind of whispering to the radio, "Don't talk, Anya, just hold me." But there is that sense every day, "Don't talk, Anya, just hold me." And we need to do something. And we describe DCU as a place-based university. And I think that's important for us, important today. And I say this as a Dub, as a South Sider, mind you, who moved to the dark side, the North side. But there's something about this place. And I think that the character of this place is sort of about our location. And it's not just that kind of red dot. My predecessor, Breen, used to refer to this as the Glasnevin campus. And I used to say to Breen, there's something wrong with my phone, it's telling me I'm in Ballymun. But it's not just that dot that tells us where we are. But it's the place, it's the north side that gives us our character in a way. And I'm a historian, and the danger with the historian is when you get a mic, a bit like the wedding singer, when I've got the mic, I just revert to type here. But if you think about the origins of this university, that we think things are bad. But if you think back to the 1970s, the oil crisis, all that kind of came after that, DCU was established at one of the bleakest periods in Irish history, and that's saying something, one of the bleakest periods in Irish history. It's a time when unemployment in this part of the world was 20% plus. Inflation wasn't far behind. Sure, there was inward migration, but that was simply because there was nothing to do in England or any place else. Things were bleak. And DCU was established precisely because things were so bleak. And if you think back to when we admitted our first 200 students in 1980, we admitted them into the university in the belief that education would provide the graduates with opportunities, with personal resources, with resilience, to escape the stalemate that Bono and the boys were singing about up on Calderwood Road. And it wasn't just about an education, but the people who founded this university, the faith they had in education. And I think that that's important in a world that prizes ignorance. The faith that they had in education was not just about education for itself, but education as a transformation, education as formation, and education with responsibility and obligations as a result. And they were convinced that an education based on engagement would not just equip students to survive, but to thrive in the world, not just to take the challenges life threw at them, but to shape the world. And that's exactly what you're doing in all of the disciplines that we celebrated and acknowledged today. Now, of course, DCU was a very STEMmy place there, and there's very few STEM, well, there are a few STEMmy people here, I better be careful. But they didn't imagine, I think, back then, the way in which the university would have grown, and the proliferation of the humanities disciplines, the growth of education, for instance. They probably didn't realize, I suppose, the importance the humanities would have. Now, it's not one or the other. That the world has us convinced that you have to be one or the other, but this is both and. And the humanities and education bring a kind of a secret sauce to what we do, because all of us together, the 5 faculties of the university, that we work to create a healthy, happy society. And today we see the role of the humanities and education particularly, the importance of dreaming, the importance of wonder, and the kind of things that Jessie Buckley spoke about so passionately at the Oscars. And of course, what about education? Education is, of course, by definition, the profession of hope. The profession of hope. And it's no wonder then that we call our Gaelic team here DCU Dóchas Éireann. Dóchas Éireann. You are our hope for the future. So we were established here as a university to transform lives and societies. That's our DNA, and that's what I hope that you will do, transform lives and society. And the Chancellor quoted his granny about it's not kind of what you know, but it's what you do with it. The American podcaster Brené Brown talks about what we know matters, but who we are matters even more. And that kind of character, that commitment, that's really important for us. It's not what you say about yourself on LinkedIn, but what other people say about you. And that parchment that I gave you is a license at one stage. It's a statement. It's simply saying that you have this academic excellence and achievement. But because it is DCU on the top, there's an expectation that you have more than that. That you are people of character and you are people who are committed. That other musician, of course, Christy Dignam, might have asked, how can I protect you in this crazy, crazy world? We can't promise you that your students will guarantee an escape from that crazy, crazy world. But I am confident that your time here has enabled you to pursue your passion, which we know, and that the world will be a better place as a result of it. My hope is that you will be the type of person who will thrive, that you will be energetic, you will be empathetic, you will be technically skilled, obviously, you'll be a team player, and most of all, you'll be devoid of those most destructive of attitudes, entitlement and complacency. Now, going back again to the curse or the blessing, living in interesting times, whichever it is, you will decide, and it'll be your disposition and your determination that'll decide if this minefield that we live in is a curse or a blessing or an opportunity for you too. So I hope that, as Cathal said too, that you leave here today having made friends for life. I hope that you'll be self-starters. I hope that you'll have what they call the beginner's mind, an attitude of openness, of eagerness, and curiosity, and a curiosity which will not just take you to infinity and beyond, but beyond your wildest dreams. Congratulations.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now coming to the end of the ceremony, which I hope has been enjoyable and memorable. The formal proceedings will close with the academic procession, and when this begins, I would ask those who can to stand and to remain standing until it has left. Sin deire le seirmeannas cógorm na hOllscoile seo. Tá míid buíoch díobh as ochtar bheithí láthair linn. The convocation of the university is hereby concluded. Thank you all for being with us, and I hope you will all now join the academics and graduates for refreshments and enjoy the rest of this very special day.